a soldier, an airman, and a Marine walk into a room. This show is the punchline. My name is Ryan Smeltz, and you're watching Veteran Talk Show.
Cayce the puppy whisperer.
It's okay, Nugget. Service animal right here.
Yeah.
His attack position.
Serves the bites. I don't know what it is. Like, I think he perceives hands as separate from you. He thinks that hands are something different.
That makes sense.
It's like, I'll put them in my pocket or under the blanket.
Yeah.
And he goes nuts, like, where'd they go? He can see me, and he'll try to lick my face and stuff like that, but you make the hands disappear, or you hold him still like you're going to hit him, but you just freeze. He'll growl. He'll bark.
Camouflage. No Nugget.
But he's like, I don't understand these things, so I must bite them.
That's fair.
You want to come over here?
He's like, but the hands.
Bedtime. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy.
Happy Nugget.
Good boy. Good boy. Lay down. Lay down. I feel like this is going to be borderline impossible. At least till he settles and realizes there's nothing I can do about this.
Got a toddler running around.
You got to try to scratch your face and you weren't able to do it. Nugget. Bedtime. Bedtime.
It's like, okay, I'm going to go to bed right here.
Well, his crate's upstairs, so normally bedtime means he goes in his crate, we close the door, and everybody goes to sleep.
I got you.
But I've been testing it out since we moved his crate from there upstairs to see, like, okay, how's this working out? Yeah, so books and flea market, sit over there. It's 8 hours. I try not to pack up early. It's really hard once the crowd dies down and everybody else is packing up. But
yeah,
it's more. I'm surprised. I've been making a couple dollars profit after paying for the space. Mm-hmm. I've done this before and was not successful at that, and so. As long as I at least break even, the handing out the bookmarks is profitable. It's advertising.
Yeah.
So yesterday I actually on the nose handed out 100 of them. And so, you know, theoretically, if you look at Facebook ads and reach and stuff like that, you know, like I said, that's free advertising.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
so, well, I'll keep doing it as long as that works out. Next weekend, it's supposed to rain.
Yeah.
Not doing it in the rain because I don't have the setup for it yet.
Oh, man.
Definitely not gonna. And it's really good when it rains because when it's raining, the people who are there to buy.
Yeah.
Nobody goes in the rain to browse.
Yeah. Definitely.
And then after the rain, because then the swarms of people show up like, oh, the rain is gone. Let's go to the flea market real quick.
Yeah.
The people who bought it rebranded it, so it's not a flea market. It's the Raleigh Market.
Oh, really? I haven't been in a while. I didn't know that.
Oh, they got a real nice rebrand website, everything. When I was there before, I was like, why do these people have this strip on their website of blank space? Like, they could use that space.
Yeah.
That's real estate, you know, but these people, before you would have to talk to them and then go there and pay. And that was pretty much it. These folks, they have it set up for online payments.
Oh, that's cool.
They have email marketing set up, so it's really good. And then they advertise the vendors that are going to be out there as well. So that's
nice.
Pretty good. So what I've been working on lately with this show is really kind of the premise of it. So I really want, even though what we talk about is pretty much anything,
yeah,
I really want, you know, the resources and stuff like that to help veterans out. So the stuff you sent me, I'm going to put that stuff together to put on the resources page. But like thinking about what you went through, like last time we talked, and, you know, other veterans and other people, Like, what are some things you think about when you think about helping veterans?
As far as like what's needed or what resources are available.
I think more like what's needed.
So I think there's a fine line between where the need is and then what resources are already available, because even though a veteran might have that need, the resource could be available, but they just don't know about it. So as far as like needs that there aren't resources for, I'm honestly not sure because I don't know all the resources. But I mean, the main thing for me was, number one, I had to find a job because that was like what was keeping me in that situation in the first place. I would say housing was secondary to that because I already had my housing goal. But I didn't necessarily use that as like a mile marker because that was the end for me. But to get to that end, I needed like housing. I needed definitely the job. What else? Finding out about more financial stability. So like properly saving money and everything like that. The military does teach a little bit about it, but unless you seek it out yourself, you're really not going to get in-depth stuff as far as like,
that's a fair way of putting it,
saving your money. Because like we sort of touched on last time, you're going to get out at some point regardless. So in the military, it's a little different than your civilian life as far as like civilian, you just save for retirement and then call it a day. But military, you could have essentially 2 retirements you have to save for. You have to save for that military one, which can be a 4-year retirement, quote unquote, or it can be a 20-year. And then you have to worry about your civilian side after that. But you basically have to save for like a new down payment on a house, whatever relocation costs, because the military doesn't cover everything. And then if you need some time to float, like if you can't find a job, all of that stuff costs like thousands of dollars, and you don't really understand that until you're in the situation. So definitely more honest preparation as far as like what to expect, because the military's I forget what they call it, but like the boots program where they get you ready to get out, it's mainly geared towards keeping people in, at least in my experience, because it's like, oh, you want to have the commissary, you want to have this or that. And
like the just baseline transition program.
Yeah,
really.
TAPS, that's what it was. And he's like swallowing my finger. But
Nugget, that's inappropriate.
Yeah, Nugget, not on the camera. But
hey, bedtime. Bedtime.
Don't look at me. He's talking to you.
Bedtime. Bedtime. Get down. Get down. He doesn't understand half of what I'm saying. Like, I haven't trained him. He knows crate. He knows sit. He knows bedtime.
He's like, I'm trying.
Hey, get down. Get down. Get down. He's like, does not compute.
I don't feel like it. But yeah,
good boy.
I think the other thing is explaining the housing process. Like if you're getting out of the military after 4 years and you've just gone straight from high school to the military, you know, you're going to have a different experience than someone that was in for like 15 years and, you know, bought a house and has been with the family, all of that.
Yep.
Like you're essentially getting out of the military in that post-college age type. So you don't really have experience with buying houses or anything along those lines. So you don't know what it is to like get a home lender or anything along those lines. And like your biggest purchase so far has probably been your car, which we all know most people don't purchase well in the military in the first place. You know, the 16% APR and all that.
Right.
And Camaros, man, gotta have it. But
Mustangs.
Yeah, all on base. So I'm like, big purchases and stuff, you're really not prepared for it, and you don't know how much you need to have for a down payment on a house and everything like that. Now, I mean, with the VA loan, you don't need a down payment because of the loan securing, but you do still need to qualify for that lender.
Yep.
And that was the biggest holdup for me.
Good boy.
So it would be nice. One thing that I wished I had, I don't know if it is a resource, is basically an intermediary for my lender, because I had a sucky lender and I was like, I can't really handle this right now.
So this is where you're buying your house. You applied for the loan. It's VA backed, but basically outside of your lender, you didn't really have like a liaison or anything between that VA and lending process.
Yeah, exactly. Because your liaison works for that lender. However, my liaison was being a dick, and they kept making up stuff saying that it was like VA rules, whatever. But I literally called the VA and asked them, is this a real thing? And they said no. But I went to my lender and told them that, and they're like, yeah, we still have to do it. So they're literally making up rules as they go, and there's no one to hold them accountable. And for me, that was like really, really disheartening, because you're literally making me homeless right now, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Like, even if I reached those goals that they set for me, there was no guarantee that they would not create another one, which is like the tough part. And you've already sunk so many $1,000s into this process so far that you can't just switch, because getting to that point with the lender is already like a months-long process, which is really ridiculous in an essence, because like 2 months later, they sell your loan to another loan agency. So usually your lender isn't going to stay your lender. Like, it gets sent to someone else, and then they're the ones that own your loan.
Interesting.
But they went through all of this hassle literally just to sell it to someone else a month later. So I mean, it's infuriating stuff, but I mean, it would have been helpful to have an intermediary that, you know, has like done this a number of times and is an impartial party, so to say, but is also able to do something if they see that kind of behavior, or they know who to call to complain, stuff like that. Because I mean, I called and spoke with the administration for the lender and all of that stuff, and was telling him like, this is bull, it makes no sense, I've talked to these people and you're literally making stuff up as you go. And but again, he still works for that company, so he only cares about that company. No one cared about me.
Right.
And I mean, that's the tough part.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And when you look at the military as a whole and the different leadership styles and stuff, it's kind of tough thinking of yourself as important once you get out, because, you know, like, everyone's replaceable. You've got leadership that might not even care about you, or, you know, look into your home situation, stuff like that. But then you get out, and then you have more behaviors that confirm that. So it's like just nonstop, basically dehumanizing you.
Yeah.
And it's like the opposite of what people need when they get out of that setting, because you don't want someone to feel that way.
Right. That's interesting, man. As someone who hasn't been through that process yet, you know, I didn't recognize a lot of that. I think one of the advantages is I don't think it existed when you were going through this, but a buddy of mine who's a Marine, Chris Griffith. So obviously I'm pretty big on the Facebook thing, where most people are like, Facebook is garbage. And I always tell people I stay at 5,000 friends. Like, that's not a brag. That's just because that's the maximum number of people you're allowed to be friends with on Facebook. And I look at that as 5,000 different networking opportunities. Yeah. So if people do, I don't know what happens. I just know I'm at 5,000, and then one day I'm at 49.99. Yeah. I don't know what happened to that one, but I try to fill that slot, because I'm like, that is an opportunity. And so in doing that and being involved in so many veteran communities, I met Chris Griffith. And so I'll probably tell your story to him and see if he wants to be a part of the resources aspect, because he owns and runs, I don't know if you've seen the hat that I wear, the red, white, and blue one, but he owns and runs that company, which is Vetted VA. And I don't know if it's a nonprofit or not, but Vetted VA is essentially a third-party organization where lenders, mortgage brokers, real estate agents can be members of that organization. But in order to do stuff, they have to do something similar to what we talked about Air Force guys do to get promoted in taking the tests. But I talked to an Air Force guy that's a member, and he said it's some of the hardest tests that he's ever had to take. So hence the name Vetted VA. Yeah. But it's all VA-backed loans. It's all veteran stuff. And so I think the niche of veterans that he focuses on, combined with a lot of the problems that you just described, allows that organization to weed that out. And so you're not worrying about. So it's awesome that you brought that up, because I think that, I mean, I'm sure there's something else out there. There's probably plenty other ones, but he is really big on the tech, the Facebook. He has a really good website. He's reached a lot of people throughout the veteran community. And so I think it would be good to help with a lot of the problems that you just described. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it does without a doubt come down to what lender you choose in the first place. Like there was another good lender that I didn't go with for whatever reason. But once again, it's one of those things, you don't realize how big the decision is until you feel the effects of it. So, like, you think, oh, I'm going with the lender. Well, with a car lender, it's pretty much you're in and out. Like, one day, no big deal, whatever. Moving on. But with the home lender, you're literally working with them for months. Yeah. And going back and forth, doing paperwork, all of this stuff. And you just don't realize that if you've never done it before or had someone explain the experience to you. So that initial, like, this is who I'm going to go with decision is huge.
No, whenever I see that episode of, because he used to be like, we used to play Xbox in the barracks room, and he would be on the voice chat and just be doing it. He could do it so well.
Doesn't he sound funny though?
Good old Xbox chat.
Good old Xbox chat back in the day, 360 style.
Oh Lord, Modern Warfare 2.
World at War, man.
World at War. Yeah.
Stop.
The little British kids always cussing me out.
Oh, I swear to God, he started so many wars, like just verbal wars on that. Like that was his goal. He would be like, who am I going to be today? What kind of verbal assault am I going to do to people? And he would find those 10-year-olds and he would be like, listen here, motherfucker. Like, it's like, you don't know who the fuck I am or what I can do? I know where you live, bitch. Like, he would just freak them out.
That's half the game.
It is half the game. But now kids just take it too far. They do swatting.
Yeah.
They do what?
Swatting? So this actually happened.
I don't play video games. So last time I played video games, I think
when I worked in Denver, I was at work and we got a phone call. The building next door was in. The SWAT team was coming to it, so we were in lockdown because of an active shooter situation. And
what's exciting?
It was. So I was just like, I don't hear gunshots. So like me being a veteran, I was like, we're fine. We're good.
We're good.
There's no gunfire over there. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Someone's crazy, bunch of pussies. Yeah, I was like, and what happened was there's this guy over there was like playing video games on his like lunch break or just, I don't know if that's what he did for a living. And he got swatted. Someone like called the police on him and said that he was like in that building shooting people up and like there was a hostage situation. Oh God. So like the SWAT team came out, the Littleton Police Department came out and like went into the office and like there was a video that went up on YouTube because he was on like Twitch or something and he was like live streaming what he was doing. And you could see it. He's sitting there playing, and all of a sudden the door just like gets kicked in. There's a bunch of dudes with guns coming at him, and this guy, unfazed, is like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me!" and takes his headphones off and puts his arms up. I'm like,
you know what, James? It's not the first time it's happened to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Not again. Yeah. That's happened more than once. It's like, dude, you might want to change your life.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So was it somebody that heard him playing?
Someone did not like how he was playing. I don't know why people SWAT.
Quit drop shotting me.
Yeah, like, oh, camper, I'm good, you know. So what they do is they retrace your IP address and find out where you are, and then they call 911 and make up some outlandish. Get off of me, Nugget.
This is where if we had sponsors, I would plug the VPN service. Sponsors.
That's a good point.
Just plug anyways. I use a VPN.
Or dynamic IP address. Like, come on, guys.
Save yourself from 10-year-olds.
Don't be rookies. 10-year-olds in other countries calling the SWAT team in on you. When you're just playing video games.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
No.
I do IP vanish. That's my name drop right there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I do. That's what I use.
I have one, but I'm going to become an affiliate before I start naming names. Because
just start dropping names because if it becomes popular, they all just might be like, here you go.
Well, that's. I guess that's fair. Either way,
hopefully IP vanish. Someone from them listens and is like, hey, go here you go.
Just
not that popular yet, so it doesn't really matter.
It'll come. We haven't launched, so
we haven't launched.
Once we launch, but
I feel like we've been doing this for a month.
Yeah, like 2 maybe.
Oh, come on, man! I want my IP vanish.
Yeah, seriously. God.
So the one I want to get for that router, so that if someone comes in and gets on Wi-Fi, it's still protected, is ExpressVPN.
So I've heard good things about. What's the other one? The Shark? Is there one called Shark? No?
I don't know.
Shark something?
I used to use Tunnel Bear. It was all right, but it's device specific, so they don't have one. You can't install it on the router. So that's why I got that router, because it's a Nighthawk, and then I can put ExpressVPN on it.
Yeah.
And then we can do whatever we want.
Nice.
And not get swatted.
Hopefully.
Can't believe that's a thing.
Getting swatted? Yeah, it's a thing.
The worst I got was yelled at by a kid's mom. She got on the microphone and started yelling at me. She was like, excuse me? You guys are telling me that my son sucks?
I've been like, yeah, and apparently you suck as a parent. Shut the fuck up.
Like, get him out of the goalie box. I'm trying to win.
Yeah. Your kid might be an honor student, but you're still an idiot.
Freaking moron. It's his Xbox.
Xbox, deal with it.
Why'd you give your kid a microphone?
Yeah, seriously.
Knowing he sucks.
Yeah.
Like, man.
If you're this angry at me, why don't you just take the Xbox away and tell him to go outside and fucking play? I'm an adult, goddammit. I can make my decisions. Go.
So I don't know if we played online in Iraq, because
probably not.
I don't think the internet was that. We had Wi-Fi boxes on the back of the trailers, but
yeah,
and then $50, $100 a month. I don't remember what it was. It was expensive for like dial-up speed.
Nice.
So
yeah, we didn't have all of that.
Air Force had it for free.
Fucking Chair Force. Fucking Chair Force.
Free Wi-Fi. Base Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's like a progressive one-up scenario here. You're like, if we wanted to make...
I lived in a Connex box. I lived in a bombed-out barracks. I lived in a chateau. In a vineyard. It was very nice.
Yeah, you're like...
War as hell.
This is awful. You're not even putting in the Patron.
Low quality ice cream, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man. Were you overseas at all?
Yeah, Afghanistan, 2016-17.
Jesus. It makes me feel old.
What were you, 10 years behind that?
09, 2010.
Yeah. I told both of you I never.
We're still there.
Yeah. Is Bagram still there?
Yeah.
I know they closed Leatherneck.
It got bigger.
I know they shut that bitch down. Pretty much where I was is now back in the hands of the Taliban, so, Yay. Good work.
Success.
Yeah. Hashtag winning.
Looks like you sucked at your job.
Hey. We did very well. It wasn't us that sucked. It was the politicians.
That's fair.
It was fair. They're the ones who made the call.
They should have sent the Air Force.
Said no one ever. Sorry, I had to swallow my beer on that one.
Yeah.
It would have been quicker.
Nugget, why are you chewing on my thumb?
Because he thinks it's a chew toy. You gotta show him his boss. That's where you grab the snout. You just not harshly, but no.
Yeah.
Just
I'd rather like string him up, hang him from the ceiling, or
I like it dark.
Wow.
we can punt him across the room.
Look, I'm fine with us talking about humans that way, but not innocent little dogs.
I mean, just like go over there and lay down. Just stop.
Well, he's still a puppy.
Yeah.
We need some training.
And he's got balls. So
I think he is
that compounds it.
8 months old tomorrow.
You gonna snip him?
Yeah.
I got scissors in the car.
Oh shit.
Nope, I'm good.
The vet said she just doesn't like doing it as early as other vets do it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's fair.
I'll probably take him in
Some
there.
vets will do it like I've always had female dogs, and some vets will be like, oh, when they get their first period, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Other vets are like, no, I wait for a year. I'm like, all right, whatever.
This one said anytime after 8 months or something like that. So, I mean, I think we're just lucky we know when his birthday is.
Yeah.
Because he's a mutt, and I don't even know if it's accurate.
I don't
100%. Because the guy that we got him from, Jeff, grows hemp. He runs mountain hemp farms out in
air quotation marks. He grows hemp.
So I learned
we mean ganja.
He does grow hemp, and he has a shitload of it. However, I did learn from a local guy that grows it that the punishment for growing weed, if you are a hemp farm, is you have to destroy that.
Stop it.
It used to be.
So the only time you see a fine or any actual repercussions is if they're like, that's a weed plant. They come by randomly and test it, and it's a weed plant, and you have to destroy it, and you don't destroy it, then they fine you. And I'm still like, okay.
See, when I was growing up, in my day, it was like, for a pot plant, it was 5 years per plant in North Carolina.
Right,
Man.
but
Yeah, you got 5 years. So
But
you had
that's-
like 100 plants.
but you weren't a hemp farmer.
No, I wasn't farming it.
Yeah,
Let's
so
be
somebody
clear.
somebody gets
me.
I never was farming anything.
so that's
people who knew people.
but that's what I'm saying. Like
Stop.
what's different here is the hemp farmers. So it's like, I'm sure if a regular person got caught by the law enforcement, it would probably still be a similar punishment. But we're talking about the FDA coming by and randomly testing plants of registered hemp growing businesses. So the punishment that you're receiving isn't coming from law enforcement or the court system.
Yeah.
It's don't do that from the FDA.
Oh, I thought you were telling me not to do that.
FDA threw me in jail.
Right.
Yeah, pot laws are weird. Like I said, I lived in Colorado during the change. Like, we voted for the change for recreational. Like, I voted yay on that.
They got to get that money, man.
Dude, they made so much money. Like, Sorry, that you're gonna have to edit that out.
You'll be all right.
It's a nice war cry you got there.
That wasn't a war cry. That was just a stop. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Nah. No.
I think with as much as I have you guys over, he's going to be trained in no time.
That's a good boy. Nah. No. It's very hard to do this while I'm on a podcast.
Yeah. Stiff arming a toddler while speaking.
It's not a toddler. It's a dog.
I've heard it both ways.
Well, you can't put toddlers in cages. Dogs
Toddlers
are fine.
fight too.
You can barely put him in a cage. He cries.
Oh, you got to crate train them. My dogs go into their crates. We don't lock them in there anymore because they're old enough where we don't have to.
He pretty
We tell
much,
them, we're like, go get your crate, and they just walk in there, lay down. That's their den.
he's crate trained.
Yeah.
But if you put him in there and you don't leave, I think that's the number one thing.
All right, Nugget.
He thinks when he goes in the crate that you're supposed to leave. So if you put him in there and you don't leave, he cries like you killed his dog. But yeah, so last week I said that I wanted to do a little bit on, what was it? Like what the podcast is about and the disclaimer. Those are the two things I wanted to cover.
We never got to that.
With Cayce, I don't have to worry as much about the disclaimer because
He's Air Force. No offense. Seriously.
Well, yeah, but we've had
douchebag. I'm sorry you scored low.
Hey, I didn't score low. 98. Son.
That's what they always say.
He said, "I'm sorry."
I just had balls and was like, I want to go to the infantry, and I got to the infantry. I was like, why did I do this?
No, because, well, I mean, Jacob is Air Force, and he kind of, went in a little bit in the left field on the first episode, talking about the MTIs. Yeah. But no, we what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago now? Talked about.
Oh yeah, when we had everybody. Yeah. We were talking about what kind of drugs they wanted to do, and I was like, "Well, here's what I've done."
And then Dominic,
my youth before the Marine Corps,
and then Dominic, who was in for 2 years, 2-year Army contract, and got out, so he's not even 21 yet. Talking about the first time he tried hallucinogens at 8 years old. He's 50% Indian, so apparently there was a
proper term is Native American.
I've heard it both ways.
I've heard it both ways.
That's just a saying from the show.
It's proper.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of things. I don't say them.
Yeah, so I think a disclaimer will be necessary, but
especially for that episode.
Disclaimer.
Especially for that episode, because we went on some tangents there about shit that.
No.
So what is said disclaimer?
So I think I just want to go around and do a real quick stint of where we say, if you are under 18, then you should not.
You should go get your mommy and daddy and
watch this show. And like all the reasons, any condition that might apply to someone that they should not watch.
If you were easily offended, you're young. Well, I mean, I don't care if you're young.
So I think I just want to go around and say like,
once you're 18,
it doesn't matter.
You're an adult.
I don't know. Maybe if you're enlisting, because I don't want to ruin your outlook.
Yeah, that's a big one, because some of us will, especially me, my experience was my experience. I mean, I served with guys who loved it. I served with guys who re-enlisted and they still love it. I served with guys who were fucking shitbags, who were like, nope, not for me, fuck off, I'm out.
So I think I just want to go around and you say one thing and then, you should not watch this. So like, if you're under 18, then you probably shouldn't watch this. And then just, if somebody thinks of one and you can get funny with it or not, doesn't matter. Just and this is, I have no intention of ever being monetized on YouTube, because there's a list of check boxes that you have.
We're not allowed to drink on YouTube. I learned this watching Mythical Kitchen or whatever the other day.
Right there. So you have to check boxes to qualify for the ads.
It's a funny cooking show, and they cook with alcohol. They drop their phones and because they can't drink on camera, or they'll become demonetized. Wow. So they drop their phones and pull the liquor bottle down when they go pick up their phones. So they're not actually drinking on camera, so it's fine.
Music videos have drinking all the time.
Yeah, well,
They're free.
That is,
double standards, YouTube.
Yeah, seriously. Well, they're not, I don't know how that works. I don't know the law.
Yeah.
So we can get as ridiculous or as serious as you guys want with this, but I'll kick us off. So I'll just start with the obvious one. If you're under 18, you should probably not watch this.
Go get your parents to sign a waiver.
Mail it to you. Please don't swat us.
Are you kidding me? Kids under the 18 are watching like hardcore porn. Like they're going to listen to this.
I don't know.
I think if
kids at home are like, oh, I watched this girl get pegged last night. I'm like, what?
That's daytime television.
That is daytime television.
I think if the explicit conversations about the military and what veterans have done or do offend you, then you should probably not watch this.
Yeah, if you're easily offended, definitely not. Turn it off now and go somewhere else. You're not going to like it.
I feel like that's the military in general.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If you're thinking about joining, listen to this, and if you're offended, probably don't want to join the military. Maybe the Coast Guard. I don't really know people from the Coast Guard.
We said the military.
Coast what?
That's true. Puddle pirates don't technically count.
I'm like, Coast what?
It's coming from it's bad as the Air Force guys making fun of his friends.
I think if something like if you have PTSD directly related to an event that could possibly be found on the resources page, then definitely take advantage of those resources. But you probably don't want to watch this. I would hate for someone to get triggered.
See, I think if you have PTS, you should listen. I mean,
I think it could be helpful, but I wouldn't want specific details to.
Well, so far we haven't talked about anything.
I don't think we've gotten specific.
I personally won't share anything, about war. So, that's not my intent here. I won't be like, well, this one time I was on patrol. Like, I'm not one of those guys.
I think I lucked out because, which we talked about this before, but I never saw anything crazy. So, but I wouldn't, obviously I want this to kind of be for us, the people who are on the show, more than the audience. I want it to be a place. So if somebody does come on and they want to talk about their war stories, then
have at it.
I want them to basically be a free-for-all, so to speak.
Fair.
I think that's the biggest issue is if you get easily offended. I don't even think it has to be easily offended because we've talked about some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter or any social media, so
I think
you can talk shit about me on social media all you want. I'm not going to know about it. Until someone calls me, it's like, hey, are you that guy that everyone's like that's gone viral for being a douchebag? Yeah, that sounds like me.
That's one of the first things he said.
You can't cyberbully me if I'm not on it. Take that.
He's like, in the first episode, Joe's like, people are going to be like, who's that douchebag in the hat?
They're still saying that, like, who the fuck is that guy?
What's his fucking problem?
That guy needs to go fuck himself.
So alcohol.
I got 1,000 of them.
Name calling, alcohol, curse words,
making fun
drugs.
We make fun of people.
Making fun of people.
That's what we do.
I guess.
We bust balls.
Do people get upset or offended if you make fun of someone else? If they're not involved?
I just cry to myself later.
And I just wish I would just take those tears and eat them. It's like I'm taking his soul.
Sounds like we
use the tears as lube. Use the tears as lube. That's what gets you off. That's the offensive part.
Yep. So I think that's the disclaimer. I think we kind of already talked about it, but the purpose of it is really, I just want people to have an outlet, so to speak. The 10 cannots is one of them. You cannot knock this frame over.
That sounds like a challenge to me.
Calm Nugget. Calm Nugget is Happy Nugget.
What was that? What's that? The Mexican? You ever seen that movie? What was that? Who made that? Desperado? I think it was like a Johnny Depp's in it.
I don't remember.
It's Selma Hayek, Antonio Banderas.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name.
Well, and there's a line in it where he goes, "Are you a Mexican or a Mexicant?"
Oh yeah.
I'm like, that's the greatest thing ever.
That's funny. So I met this guy yesterday. I was telling Casey at the flea market. He's a Desert Storm era. Said he was somewhere around 60, which I was surprised because like I said, I didn't think it, but he's got a little electric chair.
That goes up the stairs or like an electric wheelchair?
Wheelchair. Okay. Took me a second to realize what you were talking about. So
power chair.
Power chair that goes up.
Yeah.
You sit on it.
Yeah. So he's got one of those with a truck designed for it, so he can get in and out on his own, and got his service dog, which is a wiener dog.
Nice.
Comes up, starts talking to me. I had to be by myself because my buddy couldn't help. My buddy works for the sheriff's office, and they mandated overtime, which I didn't know was a thing. So he doesn't have weekends right now. So I had to go by myself, and this guy comes up, starts talking to me. So I talked to him for a while. 4 hours later, and he's like, "Yeah, I should probably go." I was like, that's awesome. The lady next to me was like, that guy talked to you all day. I'm like, yeah, it was pretty awesome. Talking about everything. But I voiced to him what the purpose of the show was, you know, resources, helping people out, and then us kind of being allowed to come on and talk about whatever we want, which Cayce and I feel like last time we got a little bit into leadership, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh, I missed that.
To the military. Yeah. So
yeah, that's why I was.
It was all.
I wasn't here for that.
Huh? What?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that we were even doing that.
No, so I
feel so left out.
I think it was the day when you were coming. And it was just me and you.
A bunch of shit going on.
It was just me and you.
Yeah.
Because he was. I think you were going to come on Saturday, or you were going to come on Sunday.
Yeah, he was coming Sunday. I came Saturday, I think it was. And
so it just got flip flop. So it ended up just being me and him when we sat and talked. But it was a good conversation. I think what I like about it is, even though we talk about fucked up shit and funny ass stories, dude, you miss some of these stories that he tells, but we also talk about the serious part where it's like, you know, you talked about your home loan issues, which I'm really hoping I need to send that info to Chris and see if that's like specifically what that organization does, but then leadership as well. I learned a lot about the Air Force's promotion structure, how it works.
Pretty much you're just in for a month and you get promoted. Is that how it goes?
I mean, it depends on what promotion you're looking at. Like, if you do a 6-year contract, you get E3 when you get out of tech school.
I think the Army might be about the same as far as E1, E2, E3. I don't know, because I went in as a PFC.
I actually watched this YouTube video about the difference between Army and Marine Corps infantry, and they were like, so if you're looking to get promoted, probably want to go to the Army and not the Marine Corps. Because Marine Corps it's not very well funded.
Yeah,
and the leadership there. So as an E3, as an E3, I was billeted for like 2 months as a staff sergeant. I had held the billet of a platoon sergeant as an E3 because we just did not have a staff NCO. And they were like, you've got some college. Here's a billet.
You're a genius, right?
No. No one has ever said that. Yeah, like you have 18, 19-year-old kids who are like team leaders, who are leading fire teams.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
It's like,
when I deployed, I was a team leader. They made me a corporal, so I was a specialist. And once we deployed, I think they kept me as a specialist until like 2 days before we deployed. And then they promoted me during the going away ceremony. Because I guess they didn't want to waste the lateral stripes if I was just going to be a dirtbag. They were like, all right, we're probably good. He's in it to win it, you know? So they made me a corporal, but I was 20. I was in charge of a team.
It's weird. Like the Marine Corps, it's not like there was corporals who were squad leaders.
Nice.
Like there were E4s who were like leading.
Are they just missing the people or the?
Yeah, we just don't have that kind of manpower, and we're not structured that way.
That's crazy.
Because you have like specialist and private and PFC, and then you have like 5 different sergeants.
Warrant officers.
The Great White Buffalo. That's what we were. There was actually a warrant officer on here. Did he tell you about this?
Oh no.
It doesn't matter. He's like John Cena. You probably wouldn't be able to see him anyways.
Yeah, can't say his name, but he was an actual warrant officer, and I was like, really? I've never actually met one of you guys. So I just kept calling him the Great White Buffalo. Great White Buffalo. So whenever someone talks about warrant officers, that's why I thought that's where I got.
I met one before.
That was the first time for me.
That's crazy.
I
didn't know you guys were like just having positions that you can't fill, like based off of the rent. I would think that if the Marines are structured with like, you know, a squad, a platoon, a company, that it would be like, you know, that we have enough people to fill each position.
It depends. I mean, you don't always have that. So when I came home from Iraq, so I was not billeted as a platoon sergeant overseas.
Right.
I was billeted back here post Iraq because we had a mass exodus from my company of people either re-enlisting, going to different duty stations, or we had guys EASing or whatever the case. So we just lost a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And so until we refilled those ranks, they were like, well, we need a platoon sergeant. And Balak, we're going to make you a platoon sergeant. I was like, what the fuck do I do? And they're like, just make sure word gets passed. I'm like, all right, Lance Corporal can do that. My platoon commander in Iraq was a staff sergeant. So an officer's billet, he was a staff sergeant.
That is weird.
He got, it was so weird because RCT came by our position and they're like, we're looking for the platoon commander. He's like, I'm right here, sir. He's like, you're a goddamn staff sergeant. Where's the officer? It's like, we don't have one in this platoon. Never have. And he's like, well, this is just what's fucked up about this battalion. Like, hey, he was like, it's just what, we work with what we got. This is what we got. And I mean, that staff, get your fucking ass out of my face. That guy, I mean, he started his career in the Army. I think he was in the invasion. Like he started, I think, pre 9/11 in the Army, then actually deployed with the Army and was like, no, these guys don't know how to fight, so I'm going to go to the Marine Corps. And then went to the invasion through the Marine Corps. He had like 2 Purple Hearts. I remember when we were at home, stop.
I'm going to try it.
You're going to try what? Putting her in the cage? Him in the cage?
Just the room. It keeps calling you a herb. Yeah. It's because you're small.
It is. Gender identity. I don't know what he prefers.
He's gender fluid.
Yeah. Duh. We'll have to cut all of this out now.
Yeah, prick. No, we have the disclaimer.
Yeah, that's about all we got. So how long were you on?
4 years.
4 years?
Yep. I was in maintenance.
Maintenance? I'm sure you got some job offers that are coming out. Wait, maintenance on planes or helos?
Yeah.
I'm sure you got some good job offers.
Worked on F-16s and 15s. No,
sure.
Yeah.
You didn't go apply for Boeing right afterwards?
I did, actually.
Lockheed Martin?
No, man, I covered that in the last podcast, whatever, but I got my airframe and power plant, which basically means you can work on civilian aircraft. Got a job at GE to build engines, but the MAX went down, which is what my job was like slotted to fulfill orders for.
The Boeing MAX, the one that kept crashing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, okay.
And the GE engines were what was on that. So because they stopped manufacturing those for the time being, they didn't need engines. So they were like, yeah, we can't actually hire you. Sorry. And yeah, so I got out of maintenance. And I mean, now maintenance is getting hit hard because, airline travel is like garbage now.
Yeah. What are you doing now?
I'm an investigator for disability rights.
An investigator for disability rights.
Yeah,
so like workman's comp claims, or
no, like so if someone accepts money on behalf of someone with a disability, like if they're not able to pay their own bills and stuff like that, I basically am contracted by Social Security to make sure they're spending their money properly, so no one's like being neglected or taken advantage of.
Oh, okay.
So I don't do like the watching people while they're faking with crutches or something.
Okay.
Do you have a badge?
No, I just have an ID card.
Do you carry a gun?
Not related to the job.
Do that just for fun.
Keeps me exciting.
Keeps me excited.
So I feel like I just finished watching Dexter again, and because they took it, I think they took it off of Netflix into December. So I was like, I'll watch it one more time all the way through. I like that show. Plus, there's rumors of, anyways, he's blood spatter analyst for the police department.
Is that really a thing, though?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I thought that just fell under forensics.
I mean,
it's the forensics department.
Yeah.
But I feel like forensics has all kinds of specialists, and he's specialized in blood spatter.
There is a special, because there was that guy from The Staircase, that documentary, the chapter right here, in North Carolina, right in Durham, where I live. Did you not watch that documentary on Netflix? It's about an author who was found guilty of murdering his wife, who was found dead at the bottom of a staircase, and during the appeals process, it came out that the guy who testified about the blood splatter was like, I just made the pattern fit the story so that we could prosecute, because my job is to work for the prosecution. There, I was like, no, it's not how a blood splatter. That's not how any of that works. And so
they just gotta make stuff
trust
up.
Me, I'm legit.
He got a retrial based on that.
Man.
And he ended up pleading no contest or something and got out of jail because he didn't go through another trial or some shit. Watch the documentary.
Did it seem like he actually did it or no?
Well, so there's extenuating circumstances. So his first wife was killed in Germany.
Oh God.
Kind of similar, like looked accidental, and she was found at the bottom of the staircase. But no one was ever prosecuted for that, or there was no investigation or something. And so then when his second wife died that way, I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while, but he was an author. He was like a well-respected novelist who lived in Durham.
Just because I greased my stairwell doesn't mean
I think that happened back in like the 90s, but the documentary came out a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
It's called The Staircase. It's still on Netflix.
You keep saying was. Is this guy still around?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Is he married?
Run.
Like,
I'm not following the guy.
Just a heads up real quick. I know you just got married to this guy, but you should watch this documentary on Netflix real quick and then maybe get divorce papers or something like that.
Maybe he's just a really unfortunate dude.
Could be.
With like bad stairwells.
Well, like in the trial, like a bunch of stuff was coming out. Like he was bisexual.
Will you push that right there? Yeah. So she can get through.
Watch the documentary.
I will.
It's actually really good. And you're like,
I'm really glad I brought that up, and then you mentioned that documentary. My point was Dexter. He meets this girl, and she's going all crazy because, like, oh, you're a cop, you carry a gun, you have a badge, and he's like, actually, it's a laminate. He just holds it up.
Yeah,
it's like, no, it's just a laminate. So we're asking you if you have a badge, and you're like,
no,
have an ID card.
It just looks like a CAC. It's the same thing.
So you want to get back into being a mechanic at some point, or no? You just kind of left that behind.
I just kind of left it, honestly. I mean, it's one of those. It was so hard to get my AMP that I'm kind of pissed that I'm not using it because like it was 2 weeks of intensive freaking tests and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I mean, I like white collar stuff now because now I'm like not getting dirty. I'm not out in the elements, cold as mess, like working crazy hours. I literally like, and now I'm working from home, so it's even better.
Nice.
So I really can't complain. And I'm more going into the cyber realm now anyway, getting another degree.
See, I like being outside. I'm an outside guy. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like I just got a new job working at a lumber yard and I love it.
Nice.
Like I'm outside most of the day. I'm walking around. I'm like, yeah, this is quite nice. It's refreshing. Like it's snowing outside. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
There's something about like having your hands inside of a jet that's freaking cold and then frigid air, and you.
Yeah. So I kind of agree with both of you because I like being outside, and I don't think I like being confined to a desk.
Yeah.
Per se, but at the same time, I did plumbing when I got out of the Army. I think I talked about this before, and then you know, in fact I was recently on Dan Warhide's podcast, Pro Growth VA, and I talked about doing plumbing, and you know, when it snowed, we were digging holes, and when it was hot as fuck outside, we were, you know, digging holes, and I'm like, this is kind of lame, and I made an hourly rate, and that's when I realized that I was being paid for my time. There was, of course, plumbing is a skilled trade, but I could have been doing HVAC. I could have been doing anything, but that money that I made was literally an hourly rate. Even if it's salary, like that's just money in exchange for my time. So that's when I moved into full commission sales and realizing that face-to-face in a retail environment, I could stand under the air conditioner and make as much money as I wanted to.
I can't do sales.
Yeah,
I can't. I don't have the patience to talk to people for that long.
Buy buy my stuff. No,
Yeah,
all right, screw you.
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
care.
you, bro. I'm not good enough for you. Whatever. You think you're better than me?
Don't like reading douchebag?
Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah, I can't do it. Buy my shit. That's pretty much the extent of my selling.
I feel
Buy
like
my shit now. No, I will fuck you up.
I feel like you're wrong,
That
and I can prove it to you. Because you say you don't like sales.
Is this gonna relate to me picking up girls in bars?
No,
Okay.
No,
but
that would be a good.
but it
That's
very
a good
well
analogy.
could, and it still works. But I was going to say because I met you looking for somebody to help me with the books,
Well, I had to sell myself
right?
like a whore.
Learned that in the Marine Corps.
That's literally all sales is. I have sold.
Suck you dick for $1.
I have
I am
sold.
not a prostitute, sir. I have values.
I've sold all
I'm
kinds of
not
stuff.
Difference.
Face to face, over the phone, via email. I've sold all kinds of stuff. And at the end of the day, like when I did internet service in a retail environment, do you know where else you can get internet service? Literally fucking anywhere. On the internet, on the telephone, call the number on the
Wait,
billboard.
don't you need
on the
internet
commercial.
service to be on the internet?
Yes.
Okay.
So
To clarify.
So plus, if you if you sign a lease, usually the rental company has an agreement with a local internet sales agent, even if it's for a major company, where they put the business card in there. And so some people renting for the first time don't realize they have certain options. So when they see that card, they just call it. They're like, "Oh, that's how you get internet. Hey, I need internet." So that guy's got a funnel built. So that is sales. So working in a retail environment and selling internet, I wasn't selling the internet service provider. You could have gotten that anywhere.
I just don't find
I was selling myself.
I just don't find sales all that like exciting personally for me. Like I'm
Sure.
not saying it's a shitty job or what. For me, I just don't like. I like being outside. I like if I didn't have to worry about money, I would be like a park ranger or something. Just like being outside, walking around, cleaning up trails, like just being in the woods. Like that is what I would be doing.
I think we talked about that before. You said about you want to get a cabin or something.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to get a cabin. I want to my 10-year plan is buy like 5 or 10 acres with like just a little like 600 square foot cabin on it.
Oh yeah,
And just like have a place to go and hang out on the weekends.
yeah. That'd be
Rain or shine.
have a shooting range.
Have a shooting range. I don't know if you can do that on 5 or 10 acres, but yeah, sure. Let's try it out.
You can do anything with a backstop.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
We did that down at Fort Hood. We built a range on my platoon sergeant's property.
Hmm.
And then we put wood pillars up and slotted it. And then behind it, basically all the dirt that we had dug to build it, we put all the dirt
I know a
right
guy
behind it.
who lives on 200 acres over off of 70 in Durham.
Lucky.
Yeah, and he's got a sweet ass range on his property.
I'm sure.
And like to get there, you've got to hop on like AT4s to drive out there.
Man.
I mean, he's got the metal plates and everything. It's like, I'm gonna fucking backstop out here. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right.
He's like, we're so far away from everything because it's like on the back corner of his property. And like there was one day we were out there, we were 4-wheeling, and he stopped. He shut his engines off. He just like told me to shut off. We could hear people like someone had like I guess one of his neighbors knows he's got that range, and you could hear someone like off in the distance on his property just going. Hey. You could hear the little ding, ding, like he's like someone's on my fucking property.
You scumbags.
And he's just like, we're going. I'm like, we're going to, like, we are on horn.
They have guns.
I was like, they have guns. You have to go back to your magical room because he's got a magical room in his house.
He's got to.
That's wall-to-wall guns that he builds. And it's any gun nut's wet dream.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, he's got like a 50 cal in there and shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's nice.
I need to meet
And he
your friend.
builds his own guns. Like, he's got he's got 2 bookshelves like that filled with ammo.
Mm.
Yeah, it's fucking sweet.
I think in the interest of the Second Amendment, we should probably stay away from getting more specific.
Yeah.
So that
All of his guns are legal.
Well, I'm not saying they're not legal. I'm
We're
saying
going to get into this debate now? Is that what we're doing?
no. I'm saying that if the government comes and takes 20 guns from me, how many do I have left?
I'm not telling you how many guns this guy has. Okay, he's got a lot.
How big are the walls, man?
I didn't say how big the room was. Cubic feet. It could be a closet. It could be a master bedroom.
It's wall, and the walls are 1 foot by 1 foot.
It's wall to wall.
Wall to
Wall with guns.
Got 2 Glocks on there.
He has 6 pistols.
Yeah, but
Buckle up, motherfucker.
I'm taking my guns up.
We're riding.
It's nice. It's a lot of fun. But yes, that's why I want land, so I can do that kind of shit.
Yeah,
Or build a hunting stand so I can hunt deer.
You gonna make deer jerky?
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
Deer jerky, venison stew, venison burgers, you name it. Venison steaks, venison sausages.
Just all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I hunt for food. I don't hunt for like sport. I hunt for food.
No, I like it. We were when I got stationed at Fort Polk, we had a buddy that was from Pennsylvania. And he was big on hunting, and his family was. And then just randomly, because in basic training we would get care packages, but then afterwards it was kind of lame. I didn't get many.
I didn't get any care packages.
I got
when I went to Iraq, I got one.
A care package?
Oh yeah, I used to get them in.
I used to get Afghanistan and Iraq. I got care packages all the time. I told my mom, I was like, she's like, I don't support you smoking. And I was like, you better buy me and send me cartons of cigarettes. Otherwise, my post-deployment leave, I'm going to be in like Australia. Your ass ain't going to see me. If you think this is going to be how you get me to quit smoking, you're fucking wrong. I love you so much. Buy me fucking cigarettes and send them to me.
Love you, bye.
Love you. Mean it.
So he got like venison jerky or something.
It's good.
It was so good.
Nice.
My wife's boss in Colorado used to hunt elk, and the few times he would actually bring back food when he actually like nailed an elk, he would always like give my wife like a bunch of elk meat. Because the thing is, like, so when you think about an elk or a deer or something big like that, that's enough food. If you don't have a deep freezer,
yeah,
I mean, one deer could feed a family of 4 for, depending on the size of the deer, probably like close to a year, if not more. I mean, it's big. I mean, if you get a 600-pound, they're not that big, but like 400-pound deer,
yeah,
that'll feed you.
Feed the village, man.
Elks can get up to like 800 pounds, I think.
Yeah,
they're huge. And if
I feel
it's
like
just
even saying that, I feel like we're fucking up by not hunting. It's like I gotta go to the goddamn grocery store like every week.
Yeah. Well, what these guys do, so like my at the time, her boss and like his brother would go hunting. It would just be the two of them. If they nabbed an elk, they would take what meat they would take it to a butcher. They would take what meat they wanted, and then what they didn't, the butcher then would take. And instead of selling it, he would like donate it to homeless shelters.
Oh, that's cool.
So he'd like grind it up and stuff and give it to the hungry. And apparently that's a thing a lot of butchers do. So if you take a deer or a big game like that and you have them carve it up and you take what you want, and then they'll just take the rest of it and donate it to the hungry.
Which is awesome. Hunting.
Yeah. So that way every part of the animal gets used.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that. That's cool.
So yeah, don't blast hunters. Help them feed the hungry motherfucker.
I'm a guy who has always supported it, especially after I had venison for the first time.
It's delicious.
I just don't hunt. I hunted boars with a buddy in Louisiana one time.
Boar is delicious too.
That was crazy.
Those
are fast.
We almost died.
Yeah.
Notice I said one time. We almost fucking died. Like it's a boar.
I had friends in Louisiana that would hunt.
Oh my god!
They would be like, there used to be like 4 of us. And we all need to be walking like, because they were all vets too. No, they were like, it's like going on patrol in Iraq. Like you're walking through the swamps, like weapon at the ready.
They'll take out your knees, man.
They'll come out of nowhere and they are strong. Like,
and there's always a crap ton of them.
Yeah. Like in Louisiana, there's no season. They're, what are they called? Invasive?
Yeah.
And so the state of Louisiana's like, fucking kill them. Yeah. Knock yourself out. Texas is becoming so bad that they're letting people go up in helicopters and shoot those bastards.
Man, that would be... Yeah, you get some places you get paid for it, too. Yeah. You get like $100, whatever a day.
Yeah, and then the meat's really good.
That's the first post I put up. I've been quoting people and then making it into...
Was that my quote? You ever lose a lot of friends over this? I was really drunk. I don't remember that. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't drunk.
I was going to say, that can't be true because that was literally like the very first one. Yeah. The very beginning of the first episode. But I just shared it.
That should be your disclaimer. You're going to lose a lot of friends over this. There's your disclaimer.
5,000 friends, bro.
Yeah. You're going to go down to 5.
4.5.
There's going to be that one who makes his favorite count to 5 so the rest of his friends don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's funny, but I don't want people to know I'm associated with him.
Bye-bye. The douchebag in the hat. That's what you can call me.
Yeah.
Douche in the hat. No doucherino.
I don't know if I showed you the trailer for the first episode, but that's what he says. Then Jacob's like, yeah, if this was MySpace, Tom would unfriend you.
That's right. I do remember that.
He's the other Air Force guy. I did yesterday. I met a girl that was in the Navy. So I know it's nowhere on the website, but
she coming in?
I mean, eventually. Yeah, I just met her yesterday, so I sent her the link. I think I want her and anybody. I told her it was super offensive. She was like, yeah, I know.
Maybe people are pretty offensive.
But it was like, I mean, you know.
They're trapped on a boat for months.
Yeah, when you're trapped on a ship that long.
That's fair.
There's a lot, and there's no privacy. And people are like, oh, there's privacy. There's not. I've heard stories. Like, I used to masturbate with my shit open all the time. People just walk by and be like, hey, man. Like, whoa, dude, that's a lot of info right there. And I just met you.
Hard pass.
Yeah. That's how Navy people are. I'm like, whoa.
No pass.
And then they go into port. They just try and just fuck anything that moves. I'm just like, wow. I thought Marines were bad.
I was just excited because I don't know about you guys, but I don't fucking know anybody in the Navy. I know,
I went to college.
Well, that's not true.
I went to college with a few Navy vets.
Actually, the guy who did those, his son is in the Navy, which is weird because he was Army for 20 years. But he's also not around because he's out.
I don't know. Parts of the Navy seem like they're cool. I think it'd be cool to be on a ship for a week.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe 2, and then after that, oh my god, on the outside.
Joe, they have a word for that.
It's called a cruise.
Yeah.
I haven't taken a cruise ever in my life because I'm so worried that after 2 days I'll be like, where's the fucking money? Let me go walk around somewhere, you sons of bitches.
I guess that's fair. In the Navy, you get paid for it. On a cruise, you pay for it.
Yeah, I'd be very upset on a cruise, I feel like. People are, but I know plenty of people are like, no, dude, cruises are fucking awesome.
They go to port, a couple of them too.
Yeah.
Hit up a Carnival cruise, man.
Well, so some people, I had a friend who I used to work with in Louisiana. He would go on cruises that was what he spent his PTO on, was going on cruises with his girlfriend. Nice. He'd be like, no, man, they're fucking awesome. You don't have to plan for shit. You just have to get there, buy the ticket, everything else is taken care of. And I'm like, but how long are you out to sea? And he's like, if it depends on the cruise. If you're doing a 7-day, you might be at sea for 24 to 48 hours at most at one time. I'm like, that seems like a long time to me. They're like, yeah, but there's plenty of shit to do on the boat. I'm like, yeah, but you're on the boat. You're not off exploring. You're I don't know, doing nothing, twiddling your thumbs. What are you doing? Well, you get drunk. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
I wouldn't know. I mean, I've seen movies. I've never been on a cruise.
I mean, I've seen Speed 2. Seems interesting. I mean, if, the whole terrorist guy tries to take over the boat, that was a lame excuse for a plot twist, though.
A little bit.
I think you'd be good.
On what?
If a terrorist guy...
finally, some excitement.
Yeah. I got something to do.
I would probably just be sitting there like you guys handle this. I'm fucking not dealing with it.
Where's SEAL Team?
I have a DD.
Yeah, someone call SEAL Team 6 in here. They'll take care of it real fast.
So what was it like for you, Cayce? What is it like in the Air Force getting promoted? Because I know earlier we talked about, basically you get out of basic training in the Army, and if you're E1, we saw some people get promoted in basic training to E2. There's a time in service, time in grade. But
it did not happen in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, we, so if you sign a 6-year contract, or if you have college credits, you go to tech school with E3 pretty much. So finding an E1 in the military, in the Air Force, is really rare. So, like, one stripers, no stripes, like, you never see that. You see that every now and then, but, like, almost never.
In the Marine Corps.
Almost never. And then E4 is basically a waiting game. You wait. It's only time and service pretty much. But you can also get below the zone, which is, like, early promotion, which I got. But
That was
which I got, you know.
Which I
got that while I was in Afghanistan.
yeah, right.
But no, you
Big
get
shot over here.
thank you. But no, you so then you get that, which is time and grade, and then E5 can be harder to get because that's when you have to like take a test, and then they judge it based on your EPRs, your like bullet points, all that crap. And then you have your commander recommendation, all of that stuff. Then E6 is even harder. Like it just gets progressively harder as far as the testing is concerned, and then like whatever your
So do you have to take tests in order to get promoted?
Yeah. And then like Air Force has high emphasis on college. So if you don't have your CCAF, they call it, which is like your Air Force Associate's degree in whatever your AFSC is, your job. If you don't have that, it's almost impossible to make it past like E5. And you have to have like continued college credits, all of that, like leadership school, whatever. But I mean, in reality, it's a good thing because you're like working towards getting out. But if you just like want to do the military and you don't want all that school crap, it isn't the best. And, like there should be two different avenues, I think. Is like if you're a guy that is out there working on aircraft all day, every day, and you're not like having any spare time for yourself once you're off duty, like when are you going to do college? Versus the dude in finance that's like a 9 to 5 and then he goes to college after work. Like it's not really a comparison, but you still.
I think that's the same though in every branch.
Yeah.
Because I knew people who were, and I'm going to drop this term again, pogues, who were like, yeah, I'm taking college courses, and I'm like,
I'm offended.
I'm like,
God bless you.
yeah, seriously, cry me a river, build a bridge, get the fuck over it.
Yeah, I took college.
But infantry guys, huh?
Our term was an honor for people that didn't work on aircraft.
No, okay.
You what?
We had a name for people that didn't work on aircraft. It's an honor because it's so different not working on aircraft versus being in maintenance. You guys wouldn't know, but trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
If you want to work on those aircraft, that's where the metal meets the meat.
Listen, I haven't done it. I have played mechanic because they were like, oh, this is operator level. And then they have me go over there and do grease points on a Humvee. But I just feel like what you just said would be like MPs coming up with a term for people who are not MPs.
Yeah.
Which POG is something that's been around forever, and it means person other than grunt. So it applies to everyone who is not a grunt.
12-hour shifts.
See, now,
I feel like you just came up with a term in the same context. And not you, but the Air Force mechanics.
We gotta sound badass, guys.
What are we gonna call them? Nonners?
I feel like got it. No, I feel like it's more like we got called honors. Super sweet.
It's true, but Air Force doesn't have grunts, so all we have are like our special ops that are battle. All we have are special ops that are
PJs,
like battling.
right?
Yeah, PJs. Your
I never thought about that.
So
They don't have the Air Force.
Maintenance is the grunt of the Air Force.
Or POGs.
Pogues.
Yeah.
I get it. You're a pogue. You don't know how to say it. It's pogue.
Sure.
So maintenance is like that lower level.
MP counts as a pogue.
Working constantly.
Yeah.
Quote unquote equivalent of, that same thing.
I get it.
Hey man, I still got shot at. Shoot.
Yeah, Bogner sounds like it was real rough.
Hey, we got suicide bomb, man.
I just think that's crazy. Nonners.
That happened.
You know what?
I was 2 miles away from the ECP, but it happened. I was close.
No, it happened like
I
built the bomb on base.
Oh, did they?
And then
he told me about that.
Yeah,
you told me about that.
A&A?
Yeah, and then they set it off at one of our things, and we had mortared constantly.
Yeah, we basically separated the A&A from our patrol bases, even though we were supposed to be living with them. We're like, nope, you're going over there.
I was surprised when I saw them there, like cleaning our dorms and stuff like that, like just chilling in our dorms where people are sleeping. I was like,
we lived our motto by what Mattis said. Be nice to everyone, have a plan to kill them.
Yeah, bitch.
Like even IPs, IAs, ANAs, we went on patrol with them and we were watching them just as much as we were watching out for like other shit.
No.
We knew at any minute they could just turn on us and start shooting.
I think I covered before how we had to fire all the ICOs because one of them was an insurgent or maybe multiples. Yeah. So they like went through this process of background checks and then we were like, oh shit, we fucked up. You're all fired. It was like 30 of them too. So we were like, you're all fired.
My squad ones. So the ANA guys I served with, there was one guy that everyone was like, all right, this dude's legit. Like he's a legit. He hated like he worked for the Soviets when the Soviets invaded. Like he hated people in his country. Like he hated the people in his country.
That's crazy.
Like he was an atheist. Like he had to be Muslim or whatever, but he was an atheist. He was like, fuck that shit. He was like, these people are fucking idiots. It's like, we should just kill them all. And I'm like, well, we can't really do that. Well, we can't really just go
love the
enthusiasm.
Pump the brakes.
Let's pump the brakes. No, my squad,
in the right direction.
My squad, like, we preferred night missions. Like, we would, like, when there was a night movement or something that had to be done at night, like an OP or something, the ANA couldn't go with us. So we would go out at night. We would always love that because we didn't have to worry about watching these fucktards. Sorry. You never knew with them. You just did not know from day to day what they were going to do. You just didn't know.
It's true, and sometimes I feel like it. So
it was the same with Iraq. It was the same in Iraq. You just did not know. I mean, we figured out one of our interpreters in Iraq was previously an insurgent. So during the invasion in 04, 05...
Wait. What was the outcome of that? Was that like you guys found out and then you had to fire him, or was it like
no? So he left.
Been reformed.
He left, and then the rumor mill started, and we started comparing notes on what different people were hearing.
Yeah,
and he had tattoos, and apparently they can't like in Islam you're not supposed to have tattoos, or I don't know what the rules are. That's what I got told.
Yeah,
and they were like, yeah, he had a bunch because he had tattoos. He had lots of them, and they were like, and someone just was like, yeah, he was an insurgent. Like they found out he was an insurgent. Like he like was one of those guys. I guess there were insurgents that surrendered or were captured. They would, I don't know, reform them and then they'd come work for us in some capacity. He was just happened to be an interpreter.
Hey, whatever works.
I was like, well, glad
that's a dangerous job too. Being an interpreter.
Being an interpreter is very dangerous.
Yeah. Shoot.
But I didn't. There was one interpreter I trusted out of both my deployments. There was one guy who was like, okay, we don't have to worry about him. He was legit. But everybody else, we were kind of like, yeah, we don't know, because you kind of got the feeling when you're talking to locals and you're using the interpreter. Like, kind of felt like that Generation. Have you ever seen Generation Kill on HBO? Ever seen it? You ever seen it? Well, there's this thing that you just when
Joe is exhausted now because he has to explain.
I have to explain everything. So when you're out on patrol and you're talking to these people, you can kind of pick up on body language, right? When someone's talking, you get angry, you can kind of pick up on that kind of stuff. And the interpreter would give you just the opposite. Like you would talk to somebody he would seem pissed off as hell at you for whatever reason. And the interpreter would be like, he loved you. Yeah, he had no problem. And you're like,
wait a minute.
That is absolutely not true. He's like, oh, a culture thing. You don't understand. I'm like, how come then the dude over there is fine with us? This guy obviously has some kind of problem. What's going on?
This guy likes you more, obviously.
Yeah, like, so, we just had to do the best we could. I mean, there were some Afghans who, like, so the one interpreter we had, and we never knew what their real names were. Like, so one guy was called AK because he just liked AK-47s. So we just called him AK.
Man knows what he likes.
Right? So they all had nicknames, and so the one terp who we all trusted, like, we were talking to this one guy, and he was very cold to us. He wasn't angry or mad. He was just giving, didn't want anything to do with us. And we asked him, what's your problem? And the interpreter, he goes, oh, well, he hates you because you're not Muslim.
It's
That's fair.
And we're like, you know what? Fair enough.
Thanks for being honest.
Yeah. We appreciate that. And we're like, well, you plan on doing anything about it? He's like, as long as you don't do anything to me. All right, cool.
You're allowed to hate me.
You're allowed to hate me all you want. Have a nice day.
Damn infidels.
I mean, yeah, so I didn't trust. It's just hard to trust your counterparts.
There was, we had so many different ones. We had one who was Iraqi, born and raised. He was an interpreter. So he would work and he would wear the DCUs and then wrap his whole face. Then he would go to one time he asked me if he could go to the banker. And I was like, what? He wanted to go to the banker to pray. I was like, I have no idea what you're saying. He was saying bunker. It took me so long. I was like, I don't understand I want to say yes, but the banker, is that like, I don't understand the context. And then he pointed to it and I was like, okay, yeah, go ahead. But he would wrap his face and he did all that and he wore gloves and everything because he was afraid because I worked cropper for a month and a half when we got into Iraq. That's a theater internment facility. So he was afraid that if somebody we detain, you know, I mean, we had everybody. Compound 5 had the high value guys. He was nervous if they found out, and high value guys in Compound 5, they'd just be like, you know, oh, hey, that guy, and then your whole family's dead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real concern. I mean, the guys, all of our interpreters were nowhere close to where they served. They were from complete opposite end of the country.
So we had that guy. Then we had an American-Canadian guy who was a truck driver in Canada, who I believe was half Arabic, but he spoke Arabic. And so he was over there, and it didn't bother him. When he spoke English, he had a little bit of an accent, but he was from here. And if you looked at him, you know, especially like without his sunglasses and hat on, you would be like, oh, that guy kind of looks like a fucking truck driver.
The only interpreter,
he was a truck driver.
The only interpreter we actually knew was legit was our company commander's interpreter. He was like the company's interpreter.
Yeah.
He wasn't, he actually lived here in the United States, came out, did some training with us. No, he wasn't. Okay. He was DOD.
We had him in the Army. They were interpreters for the units. That was an MOS.
No, we had, he worked for like the DOD or the State Department or something. He wasn't like a spy or anything, but he was employed by, and he was loaned out to different company level, battalion level areas, and would be, because he would work and he had like clearance and everything, because he would help kind of the officers navigate, like the COs navigate, I guess, the culture and like, the culture and what was going on. So he was really the only one no one ever had questions about from the get-go. Because we met him, I think, in 29 Palms. And CO was like, this is going to be my interpreter. He's pretty much going to be attached to my hip. And we're like, cool. Like, you don't need to tell us anymore. And then we didn't get the rest of our interpreters until we got in the country. And they were with the unit that we were replacing. And so the unit that we replaced was like, this guy's cool. These other assholes you really got to watch out for. And we're like, thanks for the heads up.
We had one guy who was Egyptian, and he taught English in America for 20 years. And then he came over there, obviously.
Was he a contractor? He was a contractor, or was he like DOD?
I have no idea. He was an interpreter.
That's the extent.
That's all I know. I don't know. I want to say he was a contractor.
Okay.
But I didn't know if they went through an organization or a company. I don't know where he came from, but so the high value guys at IHT, the Iraqi High Tribunal, would stay in their own cells with the one-way glass. And then they would have rec time to go drink chai. Rec time was in a cell, I want to say about the size of this room, maybe. And so they would have rec time, then they would go back. Well, after their rec time, we would go back and we would set up chairs and set up the hookah and, you know, smoke hookah. All the NCOs was leader time, you know. And he would head that. So he would, you know, get the hookah around and they made tea. I didn't drink tea. I drank coffee. I'm a fucking coffee drinker.
It's good tea, though.
But I thought
I never liked tea, the chai.
Really?
I don't like hot, weak liquids.
That's fair.
I mean, tea is. I mean, so I'm a coffee.
Weak.
Yeah, so coffee is like a strong drink, right? It's got some boldness and some bite. Tea for me is it's like warm, very slightly flavored water. Does that make sense? Like that's, and I'm like just kind of like I don't like any type. I didn't like chai. I don't like tea now. Like when I was in London before even joining the Marine Corps, I would have like people would be like, "Oh, let's have tea," and I'd be like, "All right," and I'd be like, "Oh, this is awful.
Why do you do this?
Why do you do this? This is like it's the same thing with like soups. I don't do like I really am not a big soup fan because of the broth. I'm like it's just weak flavored water. I don't know. Fucking weird.
I think that's fair.
Fucking weird. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'd wear it with pride.
Him and the other guy would set the hookah up, and I want to say that was probably my first introduction to hookah. I didn't know what it was, so we went back there. We called it NCODP, or NCOPD. Sorry, I always get that mixed up. Yeah, one is inappropriate, the other one is professional development. So, non-commissioned officer.
What's the inappropriate?
NCODP.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's explain it for the children out there listening.
I mean, I'm not sure
They're not
what.
supposed to be listening.
Yeah, we
Disclaimer, man.
Let's not be naive. Yeah, we put a disclaimer on it.
He said, "I'm not supposed to be listening." But hang on,
I did a lot of shit as a kid I wasn't supposed to do. I fucking did it.
because there was a difference, but one was NCO professional development, and the other was NCO. Yeah, I don't know, but DP.
Double penetration.
So we try to.
And trust me, kids know what that is. They hit the internet. If you're listening to this, they're like, "Oh, I know what DP means."
I think
I'm 6. I know what that means. Yeah, it's great.
I think it's more along the lines of just what we say here tells me which boxes I have to check when I go through the ad qualification on YouTube. That's why I said, I think I even put something on the website that says about us not being worried about being demonetized because we have no intention of being monetized to begin with.
Well, look, if someone approaches us, we'd like to pay you money. I'm down if I'm in the episode. I'd take a chunk. Look, and a little bit helps.
Yeah, I mean,
they look at me like, I'll give you $5.
What is that from?
Sold.
Looking at you, IP Fortnite.
What?
What is that? Your beer?
Beer? Stone. Stone Fear Movie Lion. You've got the Voodoo Ranger from New Belgium, which is a Fort Collins-based company.
Asheville.
Black and bold coffee.
So it's Fort Collins and Asheville.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
He does drink coffee,
man.
Alcohol.
I just do drugs.
I just mainline heroin straight into my veins.
Never drank in my life.
I don't drink because it's bad for you. However, math, totally okay with.
Doctor recommend.
Yeah, it's a great diet. I've heard great things. Some small side effects.
Just want to talk about my weight loss supplement.
Yeah. Welcome to the meth diet. You can take your keto and carnivore and shove it up your ass. Put this shit in a bowl, you'll lose 150 pounds in a day.
And clean your whole house.
And clean your whole house. And your neighbor's house. And then go steal shit from someone else.
It makes you money.
Lord. Yeah, so...
Oh, what? We can't talk about meth now? God, this podcast is
I was just talking about coffee being a drug. I'm going to just leave that out there.
Dude, I'm not going to make you pee in a cup.
I got to pee, so that would work well.
I mean...
I'm getting there. I think it's going to be break time.
All right.
I'll go burn one and hit the head.
You use that one.
No, I can't go outside? Bastard.
Frick.
I mean, you can.
I mean, I'm a guy. The world is my toilet.
Don't piss on the couch.
I just leave it down the pants leg, man.
Dude, that couch is ruined. It's been sitting out in the rain and snow.
No. I'm going to throw it away, but I don't want to grab the end that you peed on when I go. I found out you can just go throw $20 at the U-Haul place and I can take it to the dump.
Bro, I pissed on it before I came in.
Pissed. Huh?
I pissed on it before I came in, man.
I was jerking off on it last night.
Gotta leave a sign.
Shot a couple of ropes on it and everything. He's like, fuck you guys.
What was that? You see the other guys?
I wear gloves. My God damn it.
Yeah,
Will Ferrell?
I forget what they called it, but his hybrid Mike's.
The penis mobile or the penis car or something like that.
No, it was the guys that the homeless people that kept having sex in his car. It was like Mike and the Dirty Boys or something like that.
Yeah.
I vaguely
The best thing
remember
about that movie is like you can't grow conscience in the pimp game. Where he's telling where he became a pimp. It's like you had a stable of whores. No, I didn't. Are you even listening to the story? You were a pimp.
Pimps don't cry.
You can't have conscience in the pimp game.
I love that movie.
That's a fun. Well, parts of it are funny. Like Mark Wahlberg, I think, tried a little too hard to keep up with Will Ferrell on it. Whereas Mark Wahlberg and Ted was fucking great.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Like that. The first one was really great. The second one was meh.
I don't think I watched 2.
2 was okay. It wasn't as good as the first one. The first one was hilarious. Where are my bananas? Was it? He's going through all the prostitutes like, oh, it's Sauvignon Blanc. No, fuck, that's her name. That was hilarious.
I like the first Ted and Ted 2.
Ted 1 was definitely the better one. I mean, Ted 2 wasn't all that bad. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't funny, but comparatively speaking, Ted, the original, was on point. It was fucking hilarious.
I agree. I just think that.
Same with Million Ways to Die in the West. Have you seen that one?
Fuck yeah.
That movie is fucking hilarious.
He is a true Seth MacFarlane fan. Have you seen Oracle?
Orville. Yes.
The Orville.
The Orville. And the Orville is not that funny. I mean, he is really paying like an homage to Star Trek. I mean, it's one of the more serious things I think he's done. Like there's some like
I haven't even heard of that.
It's a TV show on Fox.
So I still
it's good.
Huh.
I hope it comes back for a 3rd season, but then coronavirus hit, so I don't know if it's coming back.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was. That's
why I said he's a Seth MacFarlane fan.
And I'm not
seen all. Some people are like, "Oh, Seth MacFarlane, isn't he the guy that does Family Guy?" I love Family Guy, and then that's it. But I'm like, no.
Like I like old Family Guy. I think Family Guy fell off after past couple of years. I like the early shit was really funny.
They're going full Simpsons.
Like it's not, they're going full Simpsons. Where it's not like South Park. Where South Park is remaining consistently funny.
Because they say current.
They say current. Well, they did one season where they shot like a story arc, and then after that they were like, it was like the worst season.
That sucked.
But every other season they ever shoot, they're like, we don't have a show to put out this week, and they get in a room and they create a show in like 7 days or some shit.
Yeah, they're like, what can we make fun of?
Exactly. That show has been consistently hilarious.
What's the most offensive thing we can create right now? Yeah,
and still be on TV.
Yeah, I mean those guys are consistently like Family Guy. The early stuff was really funny. When they came back after their little they were canceled and then they came back or whatever. It was funny for a few more seasons, and then it just kind of started really going like this.
Yeah.
Like it just became the same old.
Yeah.
It just really became, okay, we're going to do a flashback. It'll be...
Dude, I own Ted. I think I own Ted and A Million Ways to Die in the West.
A Million Ways to Die in the West is actually pretty fucking funny.
I have to watch that.
Oh, that movie, man.
A Million Ways to Die in the West is fucking hilarious.
Fuck yeah.
What's the song? The Mustache song? I love that song. with Neil Patrick. Yeah, NPH is in it. Yeah, that fucking song's great.
I forgot about that.
So it's so funny. And then they've got Sarah Silverman, who I also love as a comedian. She, I think, is fucking hilarious. Like, I'm big into comedy. I'm a nerd.
Fuck, what does she do in there?
She's the prostitute.
Oh, that's right.
Who's like engaged to his friend who's like a virgin or whatever.
Yeah.
Who's also
Giovanni.
Yeah, Giovanni.
He plays the dude that dances in front of the TV.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He does the whole Hannibal Lecter, would you fuck me? He's does that type of thing.
So he's in A Million Ways to Die in the West. He's engaged to her.
She's a prostitute.
She's a professional prostitute.
And he's a virgin. And it's hilarious. It's interesting. It's so, but they're fine about it. It's well, you do it. That doesn't count. It's fucking great.
I want to pause because you said professional prostitute, and I like that.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
unprofessional.
Amateur prostitutes are just gross.
I don't think they charge.
It's like
enough.
porn star and amateur porn. I mean,
Yeah.
OnlyFans, man.
Yeah. So she works.
Is that what it is now? OnlyFans?
Yeah, that's
that's
like the new thing.
Is it? But you have to pay for that.
Yeah.
Yes. Fuck that.
They make bank.
No, I don't give a shit.
Well, no,
I'm not paying for porn.
I think OnlyFans.
I have never paid for porn, and I will not start now.
Weird flex, but all right.
Not paid for.
I think OnlyFans is similar to
tough titties.
Patreon and other ones where it's like the creator sets the price, so you can have an OnlyFans and not charge for it.
Yeah,
but the premise is different too. It's like the only reason why creators on OnlyFans and why that platform is known for porn is because that's who gravitates towards it.
It's porn stars.
You can have an OnlyFans that is you building Lego sets. Nobody will watch it.
There are some Lego enthusiasts out there. They're probably weird and creepy, but they're out there.
Because Patreon is focused more towards Patreon is focused more towards artists. So people who paint or people who draw.
And look, I get how certain porn can be art and all that, and great. I'm not in porn. I'm not watching porn for art. I'm in it for me.
Yeah.
On deployments, I mean, he probably had this problem. You had girls walking around. I know at Leatherneck there was like a whole prostitution ring.
Oh man,
that got broken up. There was one at Bagram, I'm sure, if not multiple.
I wasn't aware of it if there was.
Mm-hmm. Wink, wink. I got you.
Wink. I did not wink.
Wink.
I saw a wink. Wink. No, like the barber shop was like running like they said Russian prostitutes out of it. Like guys would go in and be like, I want a $50 haircut, and be like, just go outside and back to the tray. They broke it all up.
Yeah.
But nothing at Leatherneck.
They said there was one near VBC or out on
all over the place,
something like that.
There were. Trust me, it was at Bagram, and yes, you know about it. You can lie to all of the other people listening.
I just wasn't cool enough, man. I wasn't brought in the loop.
You knew. Your buddies were talking about it. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just out of the loop.
I'm calling a little shit on it.
It's probably all right though. You're still in one piece. You don't have long-term side effects / medical issues.
You don't have herpes. Nope. I mean, I don't know if you have herpes.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Your doctoral opinion.
Yeah. Look, there's three sexually transmitted diseases that have no cure: AIDS, herpes, and kids. Yeah, that's right. I went there with kids. You're welcome. The greatest thing I ever heard about kids was their fuck trophies. I had a platoon sergeant who was like, I go home and see my fuck trophies. I'm like, that is a great term. I never thought of them that way. And he's the one who told me that. He was like, yeah.
I feel like that's a positive connotation to a heavily negative implied result. True. If I can say that.
I just feel like I would not be a good father and I should not have kids. I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and throw that one out there. That's why I don't have kids.
I mean,
I don't know.
Dogs
are fun. I love dogs. But I like dogs more than I like people. I would get more pissed off at watching videos from like guys in Iraq throwing dogs off bridges and shit. Like that shit angered me.
Yeah.
Like it fucking pissed me off.
What was
watch
that?
It, but I could watch like an insurgent get fucking smoke checked with a 240.
What was that, 2007?
Like, that's fine. Yeah, it was 07. When the Army guy threw it off the bridge.
Oh, I remember
Army guy.
Yeah, it was an Army guy.
I thought he was.
I remember a Marine chugging a puppy over.
He like threw a bag of puppies or something off of a cliff.
No, I'm talking about the guy who's holding the dog up by the neck and he just throws it off the cliff.
I remember a Marine throwing
that was an Army guy
over a cliff.
There was a Marine that did it too.
Because
I'm not going to put
on YouTube.
It was on YouTube to kill things.
It was on YouTube, and I found the video, and I had actually saved it for one reason or another, and then YouTube took it down. That was the first time, because everybody's all up in arms about censorship right now. That was the first time I remember YouTube censoring something. Because it was bad.
I mean, that shit pissed me off.
Fucking mad.
I was mad. I was mad. Like, and the dogs in Afghanistan were fucking vicious. And sometimes you had to kill them. And it was defense, and I was never mad about that because they were feral and like 300 fucking pounds.
Oh, man.
And so you'd be walking, and all of a sudden you'd come into like, you'd pass by a doorway to a compound. There'd be a 300-pound dog there.
Jesus.
And it wasn't chained or, yeah, they're fucking huge. And they would just charge you.
I feel like what you're talking about.
And you had to shoot. But like, nobody I served with was like, let's go fucking kill it. Like, granted, in Iraq, there was one dude who would be like, we had dogs coming into our burn pit when it wasn't on fire and would like dig through the trash. And he'd sit on post and be like, I'm going to kill these dogs. And like everybody at that TCP was like, you fucking shoot that dog. I'm going to come over there and fucking put a bullet in you.
Yeah.
And he was like, no.
This isn't the ATF, bro.
You're not killing a fucking dog. That dog's just trying to eat. It's not bothering us. It's on the other side of the fucking TCP. Cool your fucking jets.
Yeah.
Pump the fucking... Oh, I get pissed about it. I'm sorry. Yeah. I love dogs.
I understand it. I understand. That's
people, I'm fine. You can talk about killing people all day long.
Fuck them.
The only reason some people are alive is because it's illegal to kill them. Not anybody here or of importance. I'm talking about just general idiots.
It's true, though. I mean, if you think about it, like...
Pretty much anybody who believes in QA9. Like.
or that...
I don't care if they're like, oh, I'm going to kill that guy. Bring it on.
That hurts dogs.
Like pedophiles, rapists.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're diving
screw
into
those guys.
Yeah, screw those people. They're not all guys. There are girls that do it.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
You know, like non-gender guys. Like, hey, how are you guys doing? I don't know, dude.
Yep. I get it.
The term guys.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I got it. It's funny you bring that up.
Sorry, I'm not politically correct.
Just making sure.
It's funny you bring that up because I got in trouble at one of my first jobs for that.
For what?
Because I was a server at a restaurant. I would walk up and I would be like, "Hey guys, how's it going? Can I get you guys something to drink?"
And it's a table full of girls or something?
My GM is like, "Hey,
you can't refer to them as guys.
Maybe say something different because you're saying guys." And I'm like, that's just how I refer to it.
That's why I'm glad I'm from North Carolina. I get to say y'all.
More than one
person. Hey, how y'all doing? Yep. That is pretty gender neutral.
I don't even have a southern accent, but I use that all the time.
Yeah, it's as gender neutral.
I think I do now. Back then I didn't, but I think I do now.
Oh, $30 into the gas station. I put $30 in savings.
Yeah. You got to save.
That's what I did when I quit dipping. Yeah. But then I found
you should always say, like, so, and I learned this through my growing up experience, and I'm glad I learned it the hard way, was I got laid off and couldn't collect unemployment because of how my company did it.
What a dick.
They basically wrote up a fucking fake document that was documentation. And then I was like, well, I'm not signing this, so I'm walking off the job. So I abandoned the job at that point because I knew that was happening. And I get why they did it. They were a small, it was a small company. They lost a lot of business with COVID. But I'm really good at saving money. And I went home and I was like, all right, I've got X amount of dollars saved. I can live almost a year comfortably without having to worry. Like, I have to cut spending, and thankfully with COVID, my wife and I couldn't go out to restaurants, so that wasn't an issue. We couldn't go out. So, but yeah, you should always save money.
Yeah, it's important.
Like I can't tell you how important it is to budget. To like sit down and come up with a budget and follow that fucking thing.
I gotta be honest. I was telling you outside, like, I suck at it, but I use Digit, which automates the process. So I have one is called Rainy Day Fund. The other one is called House, because we want to buy a house. I need to make a third one for wedding, but all you do is you set the goal and it takes care of the rest.
Use Mint, dude. Yeah. Mint's awesome.
Mint, I have Mint, but Mint is more for budgeting. Digit is automated savings. So what's nice about it is, if right now I set up an automatic transfer in my bank for $50 per week or $100 per week, then that's the amount of money that's taken out. Whereas with Digit, you can set the amount of money and the date that you want to have it, And so if this week, based off of your spending and your income, you can afford $10, it does that. But next week you can afford $80, it does that. And it's on a daily basis. So algorithms, nerd shit, automation, all I know is when
I literally, like my wife and I,
the same thing.
like once a month we sit down, we have an Excel document, we say, this is what we brought in, this is what our goals are, this is what we actually did.
Oh.
And we we basically do a profit and loss statement is what we do.
Nice.
Like I can
For
do
your personal finances.
Yeah, for our personal finances. I mean, it's so important. Like you've got, and it's something they should teach in schools.
Yeah.
Like I learned it because of my childhood and growing up the way I grew up. Because I was like, well, okay, this shit is important.
Yeah.
Financial freedom.
Financial freedom is important. I mean, it truly is.
So, based off of where you're at now, because I know you said you're on your second house, you've got the 2 dogs, you're married, you've got a good job. What's like your next goal?
Next goal. So, all right, I've got a few goals. I've got like kind of, so my next goal is hopefully next year be able to kind of do a small renovation in my house. At least on my house. I mean, it's a nice house. It's not a mansion.
Like it looks pretty good.
Like, I live in I live.
You have a doorbell.
I have a doorbell.
Oh. You have 2 giant ass dogs with a wife. She answers the door and she's like, "Can I help you?"
I told her you were coming. I'm
like, I'm just like, it just reminded me of the story you told where she goes for a walk by herself. I'm like, this lady just answers the door for strangers. Like, hey, what can I do for you?
Strangers.
And I'm like,
her motto is strangers are friends you haven't met yet. And I'm like, no.
And I should, in her defense, I should have dressed different. I go over like this, like
you left. You're like, I was not expecting that to be Ryan. I was like, oh well,
surprise.
So
I was like,
giant ass dude, giant.
Well, she was like, he's a veteran. She thought you were going to be like a super bro. You know what I mean? Like
super bro, like a bro vet.
Yeah, like a bro vet, or like
drug style.
Yeah, so she was like, he's going to be a meathead, like a buffalo meathead. That's what like her envision of you. And I was like,
disappointed.
I was gym, bro.
Yeah. Oh god, leg day, bro. Leg day.
Oh yeah. Got protein in there.
Yeah.
And then I show up.
And then I'm like, you've known me how long? How many people do I know that I hang out with that are like that? She's like, yeah. So he's not going to be any different.
No. No, I feel like if I was a meathead, Joe would be like, well, you go to the gym and
you go do
I'm not going to talk to you.
I don't mind people going to the gym. Like, it's important to live healthy. I don't live healthily because I just make poor health choices.
All about gains.
Yeah, but there's a difference between going to the gym and just being a fucking bro.
You know,
like
it's your only identity.
Yeah, there's a whole lot different.
I just thought it was funny. She opens the door.
Well, I told her, I was like, "Oh, that's right. Can you grab it? I've got like messy raw chicken hands, and I can't go answer the door."
I just thought it was funny because I'm like, this lady just answered the door for 6'3", 280-pound man. It wouldn't have been an issue except that the way she was like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like,
"Well, I did tell her you were coming," and I was like,
"That's why she opened it." If you didn't tell me that just now, I'm like, does she do this for everyone? Because I'm a big fucking guy. Like,
no. And you heard the dog. She
well, she had him.
Yeah.
So it was like, if anything went wrong,
all she had to do was go,
fuck that guy up. It's supposed to be you.
She's like, I'm going to go get my gun, bitch. Like,
I'm going to get my gun and you dogs have at it.
Yeah. Keep him down until I can get to the gun. It's close by. Don't worry. But I told her you were coming, and I was like, when the door knocks, I was like, "Oh, that's right. Can you answer?" And she's like, "All right." And,
Like at first, I didn't ring the doorbell because I guess it
didn't work.
I don't. Well, no. See, that's the thing.
It's living like a trailer.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying
it was a ring or something like that.
Yeah.
So I thought,
They got an alarm system, bro.
God,
I don't know how this stuff works, but I thought that when I walk up, it like,
Yeah, it alerts us.
alerts it. So I was like, well, maybe I don't have to. And then
No, I mean,
rings.
like the video doorbells.
Ring.
Nest ones. When I worked at Dish, we would install Nest. Like, Nest.
I don't even
What do you
Google
have
that
to
so
do?
bad.
Take the back off and then stick it.
No, you gotta take the doorbell out and wire it in.
Wires. You have to.
What?
It's not hard to do.
No, it's not. You can do it
Yeah.
yourself. Pretty
I
So
thought
the
it was just
doorbell-
like,
The doorbell is wired,
yeah.
right? And all you gotta do is
Mine
take,
goes to that box right there.
yeah, it'll still go to that box. All you gotta do is just take the doorbell off, take the wiring off, and you should turn off your electricity if you're gonna do it.
In all fairness, if it
I don't
goes,
ever mess with anything that is remotely electrical without the electricity being turned off.
tingle.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. Like I when I would do like fire alarms or change lighting fixtures in my house,
he's a fucking mechanic, so
I don't mess with it. I'm
he's
like,
okay with electricity.
Little shock here and there. So, man, we had a guy that we were working on jet one time.
No,
Cross the wire.
don't. No,
He crossed the wire on power supply, and I forget what it was. It was like 300 volts, something around there. But it arced and freaking just fire and burnt his hand. He had to get like cadaver skin on his hand and everything. So we called him zombie hand for a while. But he actually healed up fine. Like it was
Jesus
but literally
Christ.
like had a cast on for months waiting.
yeah, no, that's why I turn off electricity. I
Your
play it safe.
electricity.
No joke.
I play it fucking safe.
And he
I completed a circuit on a 24-volt battery on my ASV in Iraq, and I threw the fucking wrench at my driver and said, "You're fucking fixing it from now on."
Nope, I turn off all like the fire alarms. We change our fire alarms out whenever we move into a new house to
Yeah.
do the CO2/fire alarms.
Yeah.
Not hard to do, but I'm like, those are live wires. I'm turning off. I'm going out to my circuit breaker. I'm going to find the circuit that it is. And if my circuit breakers aren't labeled, that's the first thing I'm doing is I'm labeling all my circuit breakers. And I go in, I'm like, all right, turn that circuit off, go in, do my thing, put it up, turn it back on.
When you change a light bulb.
No, that's different. I'm not changing wiring.
You're not touching
Okay.
But I turn off the power running to the circuit.
I
via
think
the
that's the
switch.
difference between
I'm not gonna go-
paranoid and
No.
careful.
No, so like that, I would just like, if that light went off, I would turn the lamp off.
Yeah.
Or if it's running to a light switch, I would just flick the light, killing the power to the lamp itself.
Yeah.
And then I change the light bulb.
Yeah.
I don't go to my circuit breaker for that and like, oh, this is in my living room. Maybe I had to turn off on my living room to change a light bulb. Fuck that.
So if I get a ring or a Nest, I would just pop the doorbell off.
That ring does have like battery power. You can do that.
So you got to change the battery.
Yeah, then you gotta change
That
the
sounds
battery.
fucking
It's
annoying.
fucking annoying.
Yeah, the only other option, and yet you would have to make sure your doorbell works first. That push didn't work. So you have to make sure that has electricity first. before you buy one.
The doorbell here,
Yeah.
you didn't hear it ding because it's a shitty ass doorbell.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's
It
like-
dinged. I heard it. It's just like,
Oh, okay.
I feel like where most houses have a doorbell and you push it and you hear ding dong throughout like the whole house, which I don't know how that works. Mine is like a button in one box.
Yeah,
And so I don't even fucking like it. Like I want to take it
You
down
can change
'cause
that. You can change that box out.
yeah. The boxes.
I
Box is
rent.
easy.
I rent.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask your landlord to do it.
But
I don't know if he would or she would. I don't know.
housing voltage ain't a joke. It's DC. So
Yeah,
that's
it'll
the,
fuck you up.
That's the voltage that like, once you're touching it, you can't move because it's
Yeah.
freaking solid energy.
Yeah, it'll
AC,
fuck your
it
ass
goes
up.
and down.
Yeah.
So once it's on that down cycle, you can jump off. DC, if you're stuck there, you have to get like kicked off or something.
Yeah, it'll fuck your ass up is what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Don't play games.
It'll slap you stupid and fuck you
No,
silly.
I've wired water heaters
Yeah.
because I did plumbing, and that was one of my least favorite parts, especially when you do a tankless, because some of them, I don't know, I don't have the code memorized. My brother's watching this and is like, haha, fucking nerd doesn't know, but the
brothers
tankless water heaters, you have to have a separate
You have to have it on its own
breaker.
fuse. Yeah, you have to have it on its own breaker.
yeah.
Fuse, whatever.
So it you like wire it straight from there, and you put a fuse or whatever right here, and then if you go to work on it, you like pull it out, Yeah, I can't do all that. And I used to do it on a regular basis with the plumbing company. No, me and electricity, not friends.
So So you were talking about buying your first house.
Yeah.
Are you using the VA loan?
Of course.
I mean, do it. You don't need money down.
No.
I wouldn't. Figure out how much a month you can pay, because when you do the VA, you're going to have to do your insurance is going to be on there, your mortgage. If you're living in a home with an HOA, that'll be part of your mortgage.
Ew.
I live with an HOA.
Ew.
No.
Well, my HOA isn't like, oh, you have to. My HOA is like, we have a clubhouse with a gym and a pool. Like my HOA fee is like $50 a month.
That's not
So
bad.
it's not bad at all.
I would be okay with that. What I'm not okay with is the HOAs that are like,
The Nazi HOAs is all
your curb
to be-
needs to have your house number on it, and then the background of the house number needs to be like a light yellow color so that we can see it, and you have to pay for it, but you have to use this company.
So what I like about HOAs, and I learned this from living in Louisiana, is the house I had in Louisiana we didn't live in a neighborhood that had HOA. And so there were like a mix of homeowner. The majority of the street was a homeowner, and then some of them were renters. And the renters did not give a fuck. And and the homeowner who lived next to us, nicest guy in the world, also a former Marine.
Nice.
Nicest guy in the world, not very smart, but he was as Cajun as they come. And he bought like a swamp boat, and he had nowhere to put it, so that thing sat in his driveway.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and like I'm just like, dude, like that's killing the value of my house. Like when I found out that we were moving, when I got the job here and we had an official day, I had to go over and talk to him. I was like, hey man, I'm willing to like give you some money if you can go park that boat somewhere while I'm selling this house.
Yeah.
Like, I will help you pay for that, because that's going to help me sell this house. Like, if someone comes into this place and is like, ooh, there's a Cajun-ass fucking swamp boat right there. And he was cool. He's like, yeah, I understand. You don't need to worry about that. I'll go park it somewhere. I was like, I didn't know it was that big of a problem. And, like, so many of the homeowners were like, I talked to them on, like, walking the dogs and stuff. They'd be like, God, you just had like, that boat just sits there. And there was like one renter, like a few houses down, that like started painting their house and never finished. So it was like 3 colors. And I was just like, oh my God. So having an HOA for that is nice.
You all are embarrassing.
Yeah. It does go to the property value of your home. It does matter.
Yeah.
And so for that, but like having it to the extreme point of like, you can't have your flags hanging, or, like that. Yeah, okay, just pump the flag.
Permission for a patio.
Yeah, like that. Pump the brakes. Like, I get having the like street view exterior and doing certain things, but like if I'm doing shit in my backyard where it's not seen from the street, fuck you, I'm gonna do it. Yeah. And my HOA kind of does that. As long as it's not seen from the street, they really don't care. Like, I'm gonna build a small little shed to put my lawn stuff in, because right now it just sits in my garage. And I don't have to get permission from the HOA to do it. Like, I can just build it, put it in the backyard, and they're fine as long as they can't see it from the street.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Whereas, like, if I like want to repaint the house and put like wood columns up on my front porch, I'd have to get permission. But from people who have done work on their house on my street in the neighborhood that I live in, they're like,
so
they didn't care. You just have to like go and write and say, this is what we want to do. Can we do it? And they just usually, and no one's that they've known has ever been rejected from doing that.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, that's fine.
So what if?
But I've got a pool and a gym. When I say gym, I mean it's like 2 treadmills, an elliptical.
Yeah.
The usual.
Like
gym.
Like it's an apartment gym, you know what I'm talking about?
5-pound dumbbells.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like, but the pool is nice in the summer. And we've got basketball courts. There's that giant lake that we can take kayaks into. And I'm like, and they've got like a little boat ramp but you can't have any motorboats because it's not like that big of a lake.
No swamp boats.
It's no swamp boats. But you can like go and like put canoes in and stuff like that. And I'm like, why would you do that? Falls Lake is just right there. Like I'll go kayaking at Falls Lake. But yeah, man, use the VA loan. Like you don't.
Yeah. No complaints there.
You have to use, and then you just find a good bank. Like I did not do was the mortgage. There are people that help you find mortgages. Like I didn't use any of those people.
No.
Mortgage advisors, I think is what they're called.
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't.
I used my bank. I called them up and I said, "Hey,
I just
you like
I just made mistakes.
I called them up and said, "Here's what I want to do. Here's what our plan is." And they're like, "All right, we'll help you. Do you want to use us?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." I'm like, "All right, cool.
Yeah.
Fuck it."
So I told him before you got here that my buddy Chris Griffith, he's a Marine.
Yeah.
So he started an organization called Vetted VA. And so basically it's lenders, brokers, agents, real estate agents, mortgage brokers.
It's a network.
Lenders. It's a network, but in order to be a part of it, number one, you have to be a veteran. And number two, you have to go through his vetting process, which I don't think it's him alone, but it's tests and levels. I said comparable to the Air Force. I don't know what the Air Force is, but an Air Force guy went through it and said, this is the most difficult vetting process I've ever had to go through. So you can't just be a lender and be like, oh, I want to be a part of Vetted VA. No.
Yeah, you got to go.
You have to go through the shit. The hat I wear, the red, white, and blue one, it says Vetted. Yeah, that's what it's from. So it's not like a fix-all, but Chris, much like you guys, was sick and tired of people screwing over other people, and then big banks as well, because especially during this time, like mortgage rates will get as low as 1.9.
Yeah, they're low now.
You have to, so when you're buying a house, I mean, you have to be willing to, you have to have some knowledge of negotiation.
Yeah.
Like, because it is a negotiation. So I was lucky enough to come from, so my first home buying experience was in Louisiana, and I went to the VA, and the housing market there was much different than it is here.
No.
And so the VA, the bank I used, hired a VA approved appraiser. And the appraiser basically came in and said, the house is listed for X. It's not worth that. It's listed for this. And it was like a $30,000 difference.
And the VA won't let you do it if it's not.
Yeah, and the VA was like, well, we'll give you the loan for what it's appraised at, whether they let you have the house or not, if you can come up with the other $30,000. So I went back to the guy who was selling the house and I said, here's what the house is worth.
Yeah.
And so he was, so you got to understand that real estate agents in 90% of the country, they don't work for the buyer. They work for the seller.
Yep. Yeah.
Right? Because you're not paying as the buyer, your real estate agent's commission. The seller is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and a lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that until I started talking to people who had bought houses before.
Yeah, I had a real estate agent that wasn't affiliated with sellers.
Yeah, my first real estate agent wasn't affiliated with anybody.
We had one where we had put the down payment on the house, and then during the inspections, the VA requires they found mold.
Yeah, and they made them fix it.
No, we required them to fix it, but they said no.
Oh.
So we were like, all right, screw y'all. You can take our $1,000 and then we're going to a different house because it was,
because we have the due diligence loan or the due diligence fee here.
Yeah, which is freaking garbage, man.
What's that? Well, it isn't coming from a guy who sold a house.
Yeah. I did it on that end.
As a seller, because I sold my house in Louisiana, I was like, I really wish I had a due diligence fee because I did get a few offers and then they just ended up walking away.
Yeah.
And I'm like, great. I had to take my house off the market for the whole process, and now I've got to put it back. It was a thing.
Yeah, I can see that.
So as a seller, but as a buyer, it fucking sucks.
But their real estate agent called the person that did our mold inspection and tried to get the mold inspector to say that it wasn't actually dangerous black mold. It was just normal stuff. But you could see it inside this closet. It was clearly black mold. He was like, yeah, I'm just calling to let you know that she called me trying to get me to say that, but it's definitely dangerous and don't listen to it.
Yeah. So my real estate agent in Louisiana, when the appraiser came back, so I knew enough about the VA because I did a lot of research before buying my home. my real estate agent, who we just randomly met in Louisiana while we were looking at houses as when we first moved down there, because we knew we were going to buy a house. And she ended up becoming our, and she was fucking crazy. And it was like, oh my God.
In a good way?
No, bad way. She's nuts. But she calls me and she goes, look, you need to go through another bank so we can, because they're obviously not going, like, they're not going to come down on their house. And I looked at him and I said, so I lost this house 4 or 5 times in a 2-day span because the seller was just like, I'm not dealing with it. I looked at him, I said, look, this is the rules of the VA. He can reject the offer all he wants, but the VA and the FSA work in tandem.
Yeah.
So that appraisal is now on that house for any FSA or VA loan for the next 6 months. So he can take that and put it back on the market, but he has just negated 30% of the home buying force in this town because that's who's buying homes here is VA and FSA loans. And they will not grant a loan. Doesn't matter what bank they go through. The FSA and the VA will not co-sign the loan because that appraisal for $30,000 less is on that house. Yeah. And it'll be there for 6 months. So he can keep the house for another 6 months, or we can go back onto the table and he can come down and I'll buy the house.
Yeah.
And he ended up, of course, because we ended up buying the house. You know, he came down like $25,000, and I was like, "Fine, I'll come up with $5,000. I don't have a problem with it." And that's what we did.
Fun stuff, man.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. Like,
and then here was insane. Like, I thought that the home buying process here was nuts.
I dropped so much money doing that, like on inspections, the due diligence.
Yeah.
Well, you had to be. So we came in and knew about due diligence, and we were like, okay, we have to be really smart about the house we're going to buy.
Yeah.
Because the minute I put due diligence money down, that's money I don't get back.
Yeah.
The sale doesn't go. So if I put $10,000 of due diligence money down, or $5,000 or whatever it is,
fuck that.
It goes well. So we were going for a really nice house, like not really nice, but like this wasn't our first home, right? It wasn't our starter home. It wasn't high class, but it was, you know, it was a little bit nicer than normal.
Has a fancy door.
Well, we installed that on our house. Thank you. But we had to be smart about it. So we found one house that we put an offer in that we both really loved. We didn't get it because so they did an open house from Saturday to Sunday with final and best on Sunday. And there was like 50 offers on this house.
I know, it's a seller's.
It was insane. I was like, holy shit. So then we found another house that we liked. And as we're looking at, we actually opened up the crawl space and there was like water. They had like water in the crawl space under the, and so,
mold.
Well, here's what we did was we were like, you've got to take care of that situation before we even make an offer. Like in order for us to make an offer on this house, you've got to take care of that. And they did. But when they did, the guy came back to me and was like, we're increasing the value of the house by $5,000 or $6,000. And my real estate agent's like, what? Yeah. He's like, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, this guy obviously doesn't know anything about negotiating. I'm not even going to try. We're walking away. I've got no due diligence money down. I'm out. Like, he's like, are you sure? Because you guys seem to really like this house. I was like, yeah, I'm not fucking living there. Like, I'm not going through a 45-day, 90-day, whatever it is, of back and forth with this guy because he had to fix something and he's trying to increase the value of his house because he had to fix something. Yeah, it was nuts. And then we got this house, and I was like, all right.
Who knows what else he was ignoring in the house, too, if he's full with a bunch of water.
Yeah. Well, he did a bunch of remodeling in the main house, like in the house. And it was really nice. Like, it looked like, you know, HGTV had come in there and just, like, jizzed all over the place. And it was really nice. Like, my wife and I were like, this is beautiful, and we can afford it? Awesome. You know, but it just didn't work out. And then this house, we ended up, and this was really scary for me because we had to strategize about it. We were like, here's the offer price, but the way the market is here, we're going to go $17,000 above asking price.
Yeah, we had
because you have to go above it. And we got the offer. And then the nail biting part came from, so when we made the offer, we had to write a letter to the homeowner saying, listen, we're using VA. this is what happens with the VA, but we have money to cover for if the appraisal comes in low.
Yeah.
And that's what got us the house. And so, but luckily the appraiser here came in and was like, yeah, it's actually $5,000 more than what you guys put down. So you're good. And I was like, sweet.
Oh man.
We've got equity. Bonus. And we still put a down payment. So we still put, a $40,000 down payment on the house. So like the value of the home is actually like 45, 50 grand more than what I owe on it. So I have instant equity.
Nice.
And we still pay to the principal every month. Which you should also do. Debt is free.
Look forward to, man.
Yeah, welcome to the wild world of finance.
The down payment is optional, but if you're looking at getting a house in 200,000 range, I'd recommend having at least 2,000 saved. Process itself, just in case. Like you said, with the appraisal and stuff, if you find a house you actually like, have that.
Yeah, you need to have some, and it's also good to have once you get in.
Yeah.
Because an inspection and all of that is not going to find like the little tweaks and nuances that you want to do. Like you may get in there and be in there for a week and be like, I want to.
Cabinet pisses me off.
Yeah, I want to fix this, or I want to get new toilets or something.
Yeah.
Right. Or new windows, like whatever. So you need to have something saved up. And if you don't have to use it, great. You've got some extra money in your pocket. And you can go ahead and put that towards your house if you want to and pay off that much of your house.
Which again is something they don't talk
about. Which is equity. That's instant equity.
Yeah. Fixing stuff in your house.
Yep.
Oh.
So when you're talking about what my financial goals are, my immediate next year, I want to do a small remodel. I want to push one wall out.
I was going to be like, what does this look like?
So I want to push the living room. So my living room and dining room are next to each other and it's all open. I mean, you remember coming into my house, it's all kind of open, but my dining room is like a nook off, like it juts out a little. So I want to take my living room wall and push it out to even up the dining room, and I want to put in a gas fireplace. That's the extent of my remodel ambitions. And put in new windows when I push the wall out. So I'm thinking $50,000 is what I'm going to need to do that. And I can have that by next year.
Yeah.
No problem. And in 5 years, I'd like to be able to buy like a 5-acre property up in the mountains. And that would be my retirement. That's my retirement home. So I live in this house until I retire, sell that house, like have a small cabin on the property to go and visit and do whatever. Like look, and then when I sell the house I'm currently in and retire, if everything works according to plan, take the money I have in my current house and build like a retirement house on the property in the mountains. It wouldn't even be a tiny home. It'd just be a nice retirement place. Just be able to spend my retirement outside, and I'd like to be able to retire by the time I'm 55. And be comfortable and enjoy life.
Yeah.
So those are my financial goals.
I like it.
I did that.
Topic.
I did stock trade. Did you trade? Who did you trade with?
I started with Robinhood.
So I do too. So here's the thing. This is where Robinhood, a lot of people don't understand, I think. It is easy, but the whole thing with GameStop, is that where they stopped trading?
Yeah, that was bad, man.
So a lot of people are like, oh, this is because the hedge funds and that's not. So Robinhood goes through a third-party clearinghouse. And so for every trade they make, they've got to actually have the funding to back that trade. Because the trade isn't necessarily instantaneous.
Yeah, they front your money.
They front your money. And with something that high volume with GameStop or AMC or whatever, if they can't cover it, then they can't make the trade.
Yeah.
And so that's why they suspended the trade.
They
didn't have the equity. They didn't have the equity to back through the clearinghouse.
I see where he's coming from. I think in layman's terms, because initially the SEC required certain commissions for trades, and places like E-Trade were charging that, and Robinhood's entire premise was, let's not charge them for the trades.
That covers the push through the clearinghouse. And so when you come to like a Charles Schwab or a TD Ameritrade, they have their own clearinghouses. So they own that section of the business. Robinhood outsources it.
Right. So what Robinhood is doing essentially is, if you buy a stock and you set your limit purchase or market order at,
that's an option,
fucking $2.
You're talking about in options. Options is very difficult trading.
Yeah,
I'm looking at a stock. The stock price is X. I can afford 15 shares of that stock. I press a button. I have that stock.
Right. But what I'm saying, and this, so I guess this is speculation due to my limited knowledge, but if you press trade and you buy 15 shares of that stock, at $10 each, then what Robinhood tries to do is purchase it lower so that they make a profit off of that trade.
No, that's options trading.
They make money off of, basically, they sell information on the volume that's going through their service to other hedge funds. So they know what people are going to be buying before they actually buy it. So if I buy GameStop, Robinhood tells the hedge fund, all these people are buying GameStop. So the hedge fund knows to make that purchase before all of ours come through. That way they get it cheaper than us.
Yes.
So that's how Robinhood makes money. But why I have an issue with it is, number one, volatility and high volume trades are nothing new.
Right. It's been around for a long time.
Exactly. So to shut it down now, specifically because it's hurting these billion-dollar hedge fund organizations, is a setup to me and market manipulation.
Absolutely. I won't.
Especially when nobody actually gives us shit. Like, oh no, the guy that owns 6 boats can't afford gas for one of them.
Yeah, that is absolutely. You're absolutely right. That is a huge problem.
But what the bigger issue is it wasn't just GameStop. It was all of these other ones.
It was like AMC and
AMC. What was it, like Sun?
A bunch of shit I've never heard. AMC and GameStop were like the two I knew about. Like I've heard of.
SNDL, AMC. There was a couple of ones too. But they were all that people were like basically peer backed. So everyone was getting together and going after these. And it was like based on market conditions and stuff that was freely available to the public market. So it's not like anyone had insider trading access. And they overshorted the GameStop account. So they were like, all right, now's our chance to jump in, because they're basically trying to tank this company, which means we can get it for low. So a ton of people bought it. And then Robinhood was like, oh, they're killing our hedge funds, which is who gives us money. So they want to make the hedge funds happy. So Robinhood still gets paid. And then they basically screwed over everyone and did like a temporary restriction for like a day. But everyone started complaining to like the SEC, complaining to them, all that.
Well, there are definitely going to be lawsuits and precedents come out of this.
I'm in a class action with it now, because I had some.
Yeah, did you have Robinhood? See, I couldn't be in a class. Well, I also sold all my stocks when I went halfway through my unemployment last year, because I was like, I'm going to go, because I didn't have any long-term investments. Because when I personally trade, I trade just kind of to grow my immediate wealth. I take that risk. I take a small chunk and risk it. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But so I luckily wasn't in trading at that point, because I'm, just got my first job in 6 months.
Yeah.
So I'm rebuilding my savings.
It's important to diversify too. Have a long-term plus money you just play with. And Robinhood is. I've got a huge. That's about it.
I've got long-term stuff in terms of like company-sponsored 401ks, Roth IRAs that I do personally.
Yeah.
Property, and then I have like a small chunk that's like more high risk, where I'm literally just kind of like. Yeah, I'm like, God, I hope this company does well. I'm going to buy 25 shares.
Stop. Let's go.
Like, I'm just hoping that this is going to earn me like $100. Like,
I think that's one of my biggest issues, is the whole GameStop thing kicked off and it went mainstream, and everybody was like, "Oh, buy GameStop," and I'm like, pump the fucking brakes, asshole.
Well,
Like,
this brings up
you
questions
just-
of what makes a value of a company. Is it what people determine the value? Like, what determines the value of that stock? Is it what the business is doing, or is it what people are in the marketplace are doing?
Well, I think both of those are true because
GameStop is pretty much a dead company. I mean, it's
A little bit.
yeah.
like it's not going to last.
But
too
if
much longer.
everybody in the mainstream determines that it's valued at X, then that's what it's valued at. Like if we're all purchasing,
right, we give
but
it.
the issue that I have with the trading community is really when they get on Facebook and go buy GameStop, and I'm like, just stop.
Reddit, not Facebook. Let's get it right.
No, I say Facebook because those people are seeing the communications from Reddit. The Reddit community that started all of this had
Bets. Well, I'm guaranteeing
how many millions?
Like the hardcore people in that were on that forum have left and been like, we're going to go do another forum, and they're calling it something
not
else.
Public.
Something not public, because these guys realize.
SEC is getting involved though.
Well, no, I don't. It's not even that they just don't want it to be popular and known, because I'm sure there's a large chunk of hardcore followers of that forum that were like, we're doing this to make our own wealth.
No.
Yeah. But I mean, it really exposed the system as far as like what you were saying. Is it based on the value of the company, or is it whatever they control the money with? Because all the people did was exactly what hedge funds do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's throw their money where they want just to make more money. It's the exact same thing that the hedge fund was doing when they shorted it in the first place.
So here's the discussion. I actually was at my mom's house yesterday and we were talking about this. I was like, here's the ironic thing. What was it? It's 10 years ago. They made a movie called The Big Short. You see that movie?
Yep.
That is exactly what the heroes in that movie did. Yeah. They hedged their bets against the housing market, and they won big because they saw what was happening in the housing market, and they were lionized in that movie for it.
Yeah.
Right? They weren't doing it to be heroes. They were doing it because they were like, I'm going to make fucking $1 billion fucking dollars in this deal.
What the market is.
It's what the market is.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, those were hedge fund guys. They weren't.
Yeah.
They weren't. That all of the people who made money in the shorting of the housing market, they were hedge funds.
Yeah.
They were small hedge funds, but they were hedge funds nonetheless. And now all of a sudden, everyone's like anti-hedge fund. I'm like, well, that's the ironic thing. Is like a few years ago, like these small guys made.
Well, I don't think it's so much anti-hedge funds. It's anti the irony and hypocrisy that the hedge fund is demonizing people for doing exactly how they make their living.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you're trying to call these people hackers and manipulating the market.
Yeah. Well,
it's you.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing. They're just not. They just don't have the backing for it.
And if anything, hedge funds are in a worse position because they get all of the inside information.
This has become a really boring podcast for anyone who was listening for shitty, like, douchebaggery stories.
Sorry.
We're nerding out on stock talk.
Not on that. I mean, I like it because I think it's important to understand that
there's so much to learn about it. I mean, it really is just a lot of information, and it's a lot to sift through and go out. Because the only way I learn, and I'm not an expert at stock trading at all.
No.
But the only way I learned to trade stocks and learned kind of is to just go out and do it in small batches.
Yeah.
Like I realized, so when I first started, I would look at companies that were IPOs. So the minute they started trading, I was like, okay, what do I know? I know they start here and will go up. Maybe, hopefully, but even just a few dollars. I wasn't trading in thousands and thousands of dollars. I'm like literally, you have 50 shares at $5 a share.
Yeah. My first investment,
that, I'm not like spending $10,000 to buy a share.
Fuck yeah. My first investment was in Iraq. I used $300 and I bought 3 different companies at roughly $100 each. Now, of course, I think I broke even on those trades because they still had the commission charges, like $5 per trade or something like that. And I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. Now I do. A little bit. I've also got a buddy that's a Marine that does day trading. And so
that's a scary game.
That's a scary because I looked at
and it's gone.
So when I first went on,
this is fun.
I had my Ameritrade account, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to just try my hand at day trading. I got a bunch of books that I could start reading.
I did it, guys.
Like I did it for like an hour, and I'm like, I'm not like I was such a pansy about it because I was like, no. Like I just couldn't bring myself to day trade. I
don't think I can do day trading
so hard. I can't. I don't even try.
I made a lot of money, then I lost a lot of money, and now I'm making it back.
But that's the thing with options is that you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, you were really kind of betting.
Oh yeah.
That and you don't know where it's. I think of options as like being at the roulette table.
It's gambling. Sure.
Like you are really kind of being like 22 black motherfuckers. Like I don't know the odds of that happening are.
Sometimes it works. Most times.
And when it works, it brings you in big profit. I mean,
the fast money is what draws people in. It's like holding a stock. You really only make money long term.
Well, so that's what. So
unless GameStop happens.
Yeah, unless GameStop. Well, so back to my IPO thing. Like I invested with my first bonus check that I got in the corporate world. I invested like 150, 200 shares of a company that was like a cloud security company and it had just gone public. And it was like $16 a share. And I was like, sweet. And that was like my law. Like I was like, I'm just going to see. And I would watch it. And it was like anything else. Like it would go up and then it would drop down a little bit and then go back up. And I had that all the way until coronavirus. And when I sold it for like, and this was a 3-year period, 4-year period. I sold it at like 150, I think it was like $120, $150 a share. And this is right in like June.
Yeah.
And so at $17 a share to 150 over 3 years, it was decent money to have in my pocket to help me carry through unemployment.
Yeah.
But now I look at it, I still look at that same company. Now they're up like 340.
You can't go back.
I'm like, I can't buy back in. But I had to make a decision because I was like, this is just money in my pocket and I'm up. I need to take it now and move on. Yeah. But now, like, I still look at my TD, like, because I still have an alert for it on my Ameritrade, and I'm like,
can't torture yourself.
I'm just like, wah, wah, wah.
That's the first thing you got to get used to with stock.
Yeah,
fighting that shoulda, coulda.
Yeah,
that'll get you every.
I learned real fast not to look at it every day.
Yeah.
Like I set my alerts for really low bar stuff.
There was one I got like at the beginning of coronavirus made the stock market freaking volatile.
Oh God.
So I got Plug, which was like, I forget how many, but I had a decent amount, like 30 shares of Plug. I got at about $12 each.
Yeah.
And right now it's pushing like $70 each. But I sold it mid-corona at like maybe 20 something.
It's still a decent profit.
Yeah, it's still profit. But at the same time, I'm like, God dang it.
No, why didn't I?
If I kept it.
So I started looking at end of last year, like I'd say like September, October, I started looking at like Marriott and Hilton and all of those. And I'm like, oh, I know those are going to come back.
Yeah.
But it depends on, because they were so low at the time. I mean, I think at one point I saw like Marriott was at like $16, $17 a share, where it used to be like $200 a share pre-coronavirus.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this would be nice because I know it's going to come back. But the question is, how long is this pandemic going to last?
And will they file
for bankruptcy?
Yeah. What was it? Airlines, cruises.
They were hit hard.
It's like destination stuff. All good stocks to buy. You just have to bet on them. That's not.
Well, that's why I was thinking like one of the bigger ones, because I know like Marriott was going to be. They had enough in their coffers to kind of carry them through, I would think, a year and a half.
Yeah.
If they didn't have enough in their coffers to carry them through a year and a half, at least, they shouldn't be in business.
Just stop buying a coffee every day.
Yeah, seriously. Freaking tighten your shit up. But I kind of figure, I was like, one of those bigger companies, like one of the smaller hotel chains probably won't have that kind of treasure chest, if you will.
Yeah.
But Marriott, Hilton, those guys have got to have a pretty big fucking chest. They've been around for a long time. They've weathered lots of recessions and depressions and, well, not necessarily depressions, but lots of swings in the market where people just aren't traveling as much, and they have to have the experience to plan for it.
Or access to those money streams aside from bankruptcy.
Well, I looked at Marriott because I was literally about to press buy on Marriott, and I looked and I just saw how volatile it was, and I was like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope, not worth it. Not doing it. Not gonna do it.
I think from a long-term standpoint, that's most important is volatility.
And you can't really judge volatility on a lot of things, especially in the pandemic times.
Yeah,
because everything is volatile.
It's guessing.
It is all straight guessing now. Like it used to be before pre-COVID. Like there were certain companies that you just kind of were like, this is a steady bet. It's not going to get me a lot of money in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but 30 years.
And the S&P and Dow meant something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in the S&P 500.
My God, we're straight nerds.
I mean,
we are straight nerding it up over here, boys.
I think I disagree with you from a standpoint of my average cost per share on Sunoco is about $22, and I bought it. I started about 5 years ago. It's a high dividend yield, which is one reason why I started investing. Yeah. And when the market took a shit, when the market took a shit, Sunoco came down as low as like $12 to $15 per share. So it was like, oh fuck.
Did they keep their dividends though?
I mean, up to this point, yeah. I bought more, and now they're up over $30.
A lot of companies were like, we're no longer paying dividends.
That's the first thing to go.
Yeah, it's like, because I mean, that's how I used to look at trading. Is like, what is going to yield me the most in dividends?
And that's well, not just
volatility, but lots of dividend pay.
Not just the most in dividends, but the most consistent. So if you look at Sunoco's history, like the dividends and the stock price over a long-term period are more consistent, and that's one reason why I bought into it to begin with.
It is literally like high-stakes gambling. You know? Like I like playing blackjack, and it is white-collar gambling. But I like playing blackjack. Like I'm not addicted to it. I don't have a gambling problem. But like playing blackjack, playing Texas Hold'em, I don't do like the big high-risk ones, like your craps and your roulettes, unless I'm just doing black. I'm not gonna lie. Last time I was in Vegas, I was up on some blackjack, and I was leaving the casino. I'm like, I'm gonna put all my shit. I'm gonna put my winnings on black, and I lost it all. And I was like, well, at least I'm even.
Yeah.
Listen,
why not?
You got to risk the biscuit sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of trading is, and if you're not comfortable with that, you shouldn't be trading.
Yeah.
Right? Like you shouldn't put in more into the market than what you're willing to lose.
Never. I mean, you can be educated about it, but there's always that element.
There's no one can see the future. I put the majority of my stuff into long-term safe investments.
IRA.
I would say
matching 401k is like that's where the bulk of my money goes.
Which also just invest your money into the stock.
Yeah.
I would say mine's about 50-50. So I talk to
my interest rates though usually, and
it gets you interest rates, but they invest your money.
Yeah. On your behalf.
Yeah, it's just less.
But but like my Roth will let me dictate where.
Yeah. You can say like if you want higher risk stuff.
Yeah.
You're basically giving your money to those hedge funds, and it's your money
on your behalf.
And they get a crap ton of money from all the other people.
Yeah. So like you're in a Roth IRA, it's not just you with a financial advisor. It's you and 1,000 other people giving all your money to one hedge fund that equals like $2 billion, and they're like, "We got this."
Yeah,
yeah. I would say mine's roughly about 50-50 from an investment standpoint. From my investments, I put half into a safe bucket and half into a risky bucket.
I don't even do it. My ratio is way lower than that.
YOLO.
Mine is like I put 75% of my shit into
that's not a
CDs, mutual funds, save for investments, and then I take like 25%, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to risk the biscuit on this shit. That's what I do. I mean, because and I'm not willing. I'm not going to get as big a return as maybe the potential of you, but
maybe. But do you do and that's because I talked to my financial advisor is a veteran, and I actually got connected with him because
everyone should get a financial advisor. That's the other thing. You have a financial advisor, dude.
I got myself.
I am smart enough. I am smart enough to know that I don't know nearly enough about economics or the market. I know a little bit, right? I can kind of get by, but I'm not like, I have a financial guy that I'm like,
so I think
help me out.
I think first Tony Robbins' Money Master of the Game. I actually have it on that bookshelf right there. I prefer audiobook. That book is probably thicker than any book I've ever seen. I recommend audiobook. You put it on 2 times the speed. He talks about the difference between a fiduciary and a financial advisor.
Yeah, they need to have a fiduciary responsibility to you.
Yeah.
I made my financial advisor sign a contract that said he had a fiduciary responsibility to me.
Yeah.
So he wasn't making investments based on what's going to get him commission. He's making investments based on what earns me money.
So that book I recommend. And Jonathan Williams is the guy that helped me because I had to roll my TSP over into something that would work out here. So now I have an IRA. And
I love my IRA.
And I went to him and I was like, hey.
It doesn't grow much, but like, I'm like, I don't. And the other thing was like,
it's consistent.
It's consistent. It's safe. But the other thing is when something like the unemployment for me happened, I looked at my Roth IRA and I was like, this is my
pre-tax.
Mine was post-tax. My Roth IRA is post-tax. And so I was like, I can break in case of emergency on this. Like I've already paid the taxes on the money that I invested into that IRA, that Roth. So if I absolutely need that money, I can break it and not take a penalty.
Yeah.
I'd only take a penalty on my interest in the investment earned, which isn't a lot because I opened my Roth IRA like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So, that's, a little bit of money compared to the bulk of it. I'm like, okay, I'm willing to take that. Whereas my 401k is huge. And if I touch that, I'm paying a huge penalty and taking a fucking loss. Yeah. Like you see the number on that statement and you're like, oh, that's straight money. And then you're like I had to explain it to my wife. I was like, she saw the statement when I was unemployed. She was like, should we touch this? And I'm like, absolutely not. I am not touching that.
You're touching a fraction.
Yeah, like you're not even touching like you are touching 100% of that with the penalties that we're going to pay.
That's fucking crazy.
I love investing my money.
I know since
generational wealth,
the risky aspect
with it's less than a 6-figure income.
Yeah.
You can do it. You just got to be smart.
I know since I started the risky aspect of, buying and selling stocks on my own, number one, I've learned a fuck ton.
That's the only way to do it is you go in and learn. That's how you learn.
I think I've gotten really lucky because like one of my stocks.
Well, but you don't.
You can't always trust. But, as far as like base knowledge, I've read
options trading books. I've read a lot of trading books.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I'm like, you just have to go and do it. It's like riding a bike. You can get on a bike for the first time after reading and all the techniques, but until you actually get on it and start doing it, you're not going to be able to get a feel for it.
And it's the same with paper trading. Like you can do paper trading all day long, but once you actually are losing money or like making money,
we'll just go work in penny stocks and start boiler rooms.
Yeah, there you go. Lose all your hair.
Yeah. Grow ulcers.
Yeah.
No, so I started. So of course I started in 2007, 2008 with that $300. a year or two later, I was like, this is fucking stupid. It's not doing anything. I didn't know anything, so I pulled it out. Basically broke even. Then I started again. I want to say right around the time I got out of the military, so maybe about 2015. And, I don't know everything there is to know, but I think one thing that pissed me off to no end is recently I was like, because the stocks I chose, so I'll give you an example, is like Snapchat. I invested in Snapchat,
and that was awful. I really thought that was going to be I know exactly what this is because I did the same goddamn thing.
I don't think so, because I got an average cost per share of $14, and now it's at like 50. Yeah, so
it went up after a while, but when because I bought it right after it went public.
Come on. You want a microphone? We saved you a seat. No? Okay.
We're talking stock market stuff.
So no, I bought at $14.
But you left it for a while.
I might have had it closer to $4, but I think I bought more when it went up.
I was pulling my fucking hair out.
And then Beyonce or somebody said delete Snapchat, and it took a dip. That was like 2015, 2016. But here recently, it's like $50 a share.
For like the first 2 years.
I sold it all because I was like, once I get over 100% gain on something, I'm like, I need to take a step back.
Like it never got there for me. Like I bought it when it was like $16 a share. It was right after it went public, and I was like, it's going to do the same thing as Facebook. Like it's going to have that huge skyrocket.
Yeah.
Right. Like, because that's what Facebook did. Is it like dropped down a little bit and then just shot up.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's going to do the same thing. And then eventually Facebook or Twitter, someone's going to buy it out and bring it onto their platform.
What I usually do is
it just was doing this the entire time.
I got my initial investment first, and then I put a stop loss on whatever is left over.
Yeah.
So if it ever like drops way down low, I'm still going to make profit. I mean, that's the goal. I mean, there's still, you can get screwed with stop losses. Like if there's not enough volume, no one's selling it, stocks down.
So my goal is
that's
always
interesting.
My goal is always to make a profit on when I'm personally trading, and then take half of the profit that I make and put it into my long term.
Yeah,
like that's how I feed into my long term. I don't have my actual paycheck. I try and avoid my actual paycheck going into like my Roth. Like my 401k does, but that's because it's a company match.
Yeah.
But like my Roth or something, I'll take and be like, oh, I earned $500 on this. I'm going to take $300 and put it to my Roth. I'm going to take the other two and, go reinvest that and try and make another $400 or $500. And that's how I kind of go through the stock market. I'm not looking for like a huge $5 million windfall at one time. I'm looking for like a few $100 that I can take out, add a little bit to my long term, and then take the rest of it, put it back in, earn a few more $100.
No,
it's just a cash flow.
My long term is basically stocks. If I get interest, I put that towards stocks that have high dividends. One of my big ones, IBR, which is housing market related, but they do.
Commodities have some good dividends.
Yeah, like gold and all that stuff.
But gold is too.
Gold is like
too
back and forth. But
gold, silver. I mean, like when I say commodities, I mean like water.
Yeah,
water has some good dividends in it.
Water and oil.
Water and oil. Oil is too.
I wouldn't do oil.
I wouldn't do oil. It's too. But like, and then you've got like agriculture stocks that have good dividends.
Yeah.
No. Am I wrong?
I haven't looked into agriculture. I don't know anything about it, so I don't try it.
Last time, because that's part of the commodities trading is the agriculture side. Mm-hmm. Last time I looked, it could have been, that was a few years ago. But they used to pay out good dividends. And then you got software companies that pay good dividends.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the number one thing that I learned after I started investing that was beneficial is dividends and dividend reinvestment.
Dividend reinvestment's huge.
Following the S&P 500 and turning on dividend reinvestment, I've successfully increased my portfolio substantially.
Yeah. That's a big thing is not cashing it out. Keep putting that money.
Well, it depends on what your retirement goals are. I mean, you've got to take all of that into account. Like, when you're going to retire, what you're going to do once you retire.
Yeah.
You know, my parents never looked at retirement. Like, they thought I'll retire and be dead within 10 years.
Yeah, that's basically
right.
Like, I'll work till whenever.
Yeah, and that just didn't happen. I mean, my parents worked and then they retired, and they're like,
yeah,
I'm alive a lot longer, and I find myself, you know, Medicaid and Social Security, and we're not going to get Social Security. I'm going to fuck when anyone says. We ain't getting that shit. Even though we're paying into it, we're not fucking getting it. No. I understand why. It was never designed to be around this long. That wasn't the.
Got nothing. We got GameStop.
Well, we got GameStop.
Oh, we got GameStop.
We got GameStop on Facebook. If you want to get really depressed, go look at like Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh, God, yeah.
I looked at what it took to invest in them. It's like $400,000 a share or some shit.
They have like an A and B though.
Do they?
Yeah,
Is that a cheaper version? But that cheaper version.
$1,000.
Yeah, cheaper
but it
version
depends
is
on what
still more than I'm willing to buy for one single
It
share.
depends on what you're looking at. So,
Congratulations, Mr. Buffett.
so Berkshire Hathaway bought the controlling stock in Bank of America years ago. And so I bought Bank of America. Because Berkshire Hathaway doesn't buy a company or controlling stock in a company to fuck it up. They buy one that's failing so they can say, oh, we're going to fix this shit. Yeah. So I was like, all right, I'll do that.
Wells Fargo did with Wachovia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Smart, yeah.
No one knew about what Wells Fargo was, and everybody knew what Wells Fargo or Wachovia was, and all of a sudden, Wachovia started tanking, and Wells Fargo's like, "Got you, bro."
Free banks.
Yeah, already have sites for it. Nice. I don't have to build new assets. But like taking accounting classes, I learned about how to go in and look at financial statements. I mean, one of my projects in accounting 3 was I had to like pick a company, and a publicly traded company. And go through and analyze their financial statement.
Yeah.
Their yearly financial statement that they put out, which has like the audits and everything. And then I had also part of that project build a statement of cash flows based on the information that was in that company. Which was really helpful.
Yeah.
And it was
very good to know. You should go if you get out of the military, you should absolutely go to college on the post 9/11 GI Bill.
Do it.
Because that's free fucking money.
I love doing it now. It's amazing.
It's a fucking amazing. And then
I talked to that guy yesterday who was from Desert Storm, and he was like, yeah, there was no Montgomery, there was no post 9/11. Yeah. He was like,
all my boots that I talked to when they got out, they were like, what are you doing? How are you adjusting? I was like, go to fucking college and figure it out.
Yep.
Like, just get into a college.
I'm doing online right now, and I'm getting like $750 a month just for going to school.
Yeah, I got it's based on zip code.
You get more if you go full. If you're a
full-time,
if you're an in-seat student, you get like twice what you do if you're online.
Oh yeah.
It's just more convenient.
No, so I did. I left. I went to Denver, Colorado, and I went to on-campus college.
Oh yeah.
And I got like
you're there.
Full time. I'm there. Yep. I was getting like 3. And here's the thing, and this is the only time my wife will ever tell me I was right, ever. One time. The one time. And she will still, like, I will tell this story, and she's like, no. She's like, so we were moving to Denver, and this was 2010, right after the financial collapse. And I was looking at houses in Denver. I'm like, houses in Denver are $75,000 to $150,000 a pop. In like Denver Metro. I was like, we should buy a house. I have guaranteed income. I've got the GI Bill. I've got the VA loan. We should do this. No. My wife's like, no, we don't know if we're going to like Denver. We don't know how long we're going to be there, blah, 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 blah. There was one house specifically I was looking at in Congress Park which is a neighborhood in Denver, that was for like $110,000. It was like a 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot bungalow. Okay. And I was like, we can easily afford this. Not a problem.
Yeah.
She's like, no, we're not doing that. I get a job. My job transfers me after college to Louisiana. At that point, we had been in Denver for almost 6 years. The pot laws had changed. That same house happened to come back on the market, and the only thing the homeowners did was paint. That was it. That home was selling for $420,000. Yeah. Yeah, I looked at my wife and I was on Realtor looking at Louisiana, New Orleans homes, and it just opened up. Then that house was still in my saved feature. And I looked and I just went like this on my phone. And she just looked and I was like, yeah, we could have made in 5 years, after we bought the house, could have made $350,000.
That's like a secondary 6-figure salary.
Yeah, no shit. I wouldn't even have sold it. I had to just rented that shit out and had a fucking.
That's how you do it, man.
Okay. She was like, "You're right. We should have bought a house."
$2,000 a month.
Oh, I could have rented probably if I would have put any bit of work into that house. I could have probably rented it for $4,000 a month because it was. That house was like 2 miles from downtown.
Oh, shoot. Some cost.
I could have easily rented it out and made $4,000 a month.
That's crazy.
I mean, think about that.
Property that.
And we had the money for it. And it was free money. It was free money.
This is that shoulda, coulda, woulda talk better.
I know. Yeah.
It'll get you every time.
It's the only time I ever get to bring that up with my wife. We moved to Louisiana and I looked at her and I was like, we are buying a fucking house and you don't need to fucking say anything. And we didn't make it nearly that when we left Louisiana.
As long as you don't lose.
Yeah, we didn't lose anything. After we paid commissions and everything on selling our house, we still walked away with a good chunk of profit. You leverage debt to your advantage.
Yep. It's funny you say that because Chris's company, so Chris Griffith runs Vetted VA, which is an organization and a combination of multiple people as far as lenders, mortgage brokers, real estate agents. But his company and the people, he does, because I think he's only licensed in Texas or some shit like that. But those people and what he does business with is called Debt Does Deals, which is interesting. Yeah. So it's it's just like Joe said. Of course, the major perception, I believe, is if you go into debt, that's bad.
Yeah.
But I think it was Elon Musk in the recent years who took out some astronomical loan to buy a property. And it's I think it really depends on, what the purpose is as well as the debt to income ratio.
Yeah.
So it's if you're putting that to good use and it's something that you can benefit from.
I mean, there's good debt and bad debt, sure.
Yeah.
You don't want to sink all of your money into debt and depreciating assets like a car. And you can make pretty much most debts work for you, at least in some regard, even if it's building your credit up so that you can refinance to a better loan. That's still working to make you better money. If you can only afford a loan with a high APR at first because your credit sucks, we'll just pay that for a little bit, then refinance once you're out of that hole.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big part. But yeah, not sinking all your money into a car.
Yeah, don't sink all your money into a car. That's big no-no.
Yeah, they go down fast. Housing, that's okay.
Housing's fine. Well, so it depends on the car. So the principle is still the same. If you can get a car payment low enough, so I've got a disability payment from the Marines. And that's what I use my car loan for. And it's a lot of money. I mean, it's not anything, it's not like $50. I mean,
yeah.
So the bulk of that goes to any car payment that I have. So as long as my car payment is below that, pretty much that entire bulk goes to car payment and to principal.
Yeah.
So in the 3 years I lived in Louisiana, I bought 3 cars. And what I would do is I would have those cars for a year. Now, granted, you're never going to get out of debt. But what I would do is I would build up equity into the car, which is something that most financial people are like, oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
But what I would do is, and I stopped it with this GMC. So I bought a Silverado, brand new with 8 miles. And then I paid to the principal. And after a year, went out and bought a brand new Mustang.
Yeah.
I traded it in, had more, I owed less than what the car was worth, and traded that in. And they were like, well, we owe you this. I was like, put that towards my next car. And I just created equity on the car, which is very rare to do. So I don't suggest, it's not a long-term thing. It's rare. Don't do it.
Play it right.
But you can, if you think
go bad with the car, then you're screwed. But that goes into choosing the right car.
Yeah, you've got to be smart and think, and it's still a risk. Yeah. But like this car, I'm just going to pay off. I got a 5-year loan on it. I'm going to have it paid off in 2.5 years, 3 years.
Yeah,
I mean, it's almost paid off.
Yeah, that's my goal. I don't see myself back to another car. Probably just upgrade Tesla.
I would love to get a Tesla. My problem is I'm a big dude. You're good.
It's actually pretty cool. And then they have the Cybertruck coming out. So
my 2 problems actually that I have with Tesla, and one of them I think Tesla just has to figure out. They've got to get into building charging stations nationwide.
They have.
Right, but they've got to get. They don't have a lot, like, because you can't right now you can't hop on 40 and drive to San Francisco from North Carolina and get to the next charging station on 40.
I mean, the cool thing that they've incorporated is, like, if you use the Tesla navigation system, and
it'll take you,
schedule you. So it won't let you run out of charging, but I mean, it definitely is like way more inefficient than just taking a gas car.
That's going to be, that's going to be what's normally about a 3-day trip turns into a 6-day trip. And I mean,
without a doubt.
Which is granted not a big.
Takes me an hour to charge from like 20% to 100.
Well, it's not even the time to charge. It's just having the stations to do it. Just having the amount of stations to do it.
Well, I mean, it'll make sure you have, like, I don't have any doubt that I would run out of energy.
Yeah, but it would take you 3 days opposed to 6 days. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm curious how.
Test it.
See. But yeah, that's a big one. I do miss hearing an engine too, I must say. What I haven't had on.
What I like about my GMC though is it's the luxury side of Chevy.
Yeah.
Or GM. But I'm a big dude. And the truck is, really. And the truck is the first thing that I've ever owned where if someone sits behind me in the truck, I don't have to adjust my fucking seat to be uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. I can keep my seat exactly where it is, and the person behind me isn't uncomfortable. Yeah. And I'm like, that's fucking great. I love that. And it's a smooth ride. I got the wild. It's awesome. Yeah. I'm never getting rid of that. I'm never getting rid of the GMC. I'm going to keep that thing until it dies. And when I pay that thing off, I'm going to go buy a motorcycle just to have for fun. And be a fat guy on a bike.
What kind of motorcycle?
I'm going to get, I'm not, I don't know if I'd get a Harley. I'd get a road cruiser. I wouldn't get a crotch rocket. I would get something that my wife can hop on the back and we could go like drive country roads on a nice day and just kind of like cruise.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Not something that's like, oh, I want to go 90 miles an hour on 2 wheels. I'm not doing that shit.
Why not?
Because, I don't want to be picked up off the, I don't want to be picked off the asphalt with a fucking spatula. That's why. Or the grill of an 18-wheeler.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah. Take some Motrin. You'll be all right. At some point, though, I'd love to buy a motorcycle. Either that or a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport. But that would be way far down the road. Way far. That's a lot more expensive.
Just a bit.
I'd have a garage as a showroom at that point. It would be on a spinning. If I had that kind of money.
Look at my tray.
Yeah. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
So I feel like, because I have that motorcycle is an 800. You know, nothing to brag about.
Just saying.
First motorcycle. I was 19 when I bought it.
Nice.
And it took me up until about a year or two ago to make it legal.
Nice.
That's how you do it.
That's the way to buy a motorcycle.
So in case you guys missed it, I was 19 when I bought it.
15 years ago.
So that's why. But anyways, I'm curious because right now for my cars, I have the 01 Cobra. It's pretty standard, 4.6 liter engine. When it comes to working on it,
I don't know shit about cars.
It's nothing. It's nothing impressive.
Yeah. Like
it's nothing impressive.
I'm like 4.6. You say? Wow. Is that good? I don't know if that's good.
Well,
I know what V6 mean.
It's lower than a 5.
Depends on the button.
I know what 442 means.
So my question is, because you have a Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Talk about that. I want to know, like, number one, I want to know buying process because it's got to be different than a standard car.
I'm pretty sure it's the same.
He shakes his head.
It's the exact same as mine. It's a car. It's just not.
Yeah. It's the exact same process. Like, go test drive, buy it, use out.
There's a nugget.
He's not real.
Yeah, I like it a lot though. It's definitely an adjustment getting used to the whole, like, once you step on the gas, you go crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's either on or off pretty much. So if you floor it, like, I have so much torque that my wheels will just like spin if I don't play it smart.
Well, it sounds like you need racing tires on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some new tires. But that's one big thing. The other cool thing is the storage on it, because you've got like the front trunk plus the back. I've got freaking so much storage in that thing, which I'm not used to. Because my last car was an Audi A3, which is like, small little car sort of. So this one's a lot bigger, and that was an adjustment.
The other thing I do like is being in a big, like, sitting up above.
Yeah, my first vehicle was a truck, and I did enjoy, like, sitting up above. You can see everything. Yeah, which is nice.
I like trucks, and the other thing is I like to go off, like, my
Cybertruck, man.
But it won't be able to go to the, like, I like being in the woods. It won't be able to go into the woods the way I go into the woods. Not gonna happen.
I think starter has, like, the starter model has like 300 miles.
Yeah, but there's not going to be enough, I don't think, weight to get through mud.
It floats, and it has way more torque than any gas truck that's on.
I would have to see that to believe it.
It's
I think.
A fact. Like,
I'm not doubting that it's a fact, but that's one of those things that I would literally have to attach a 5,000-pound trailer to a Ford, a GMC, and a Tesla and be like, go, bitches.
So when you think about torque, though, like an engine, it would have more weight, but you also have to remember, like, the batteries that are in that weigh a crap ton as well. Like, the entire floor of my car is straight batteries. And then the torque, like, with an electric motor compared to a mechanical one, is just, like, astronomically different.
Oh, yeah.
On or off. So it's either all your power or none of your power. So, but
would it? I just don't know how the weight ratio. I feel like we're getting into, like, Monty Python's,
a little bit,
where it's like it's not a question of where it grabbed it. It's a question of weight ratio. I just don't feel that, like, because there are things that I like to do. Like, if I had the money and the toys, I would love to strap a trailer with a couple of gators and go up and pull that up the side of a freaking mountain on a muddy hill, and then offload the gators and then go into the backcountry and just hunt. Yeah. And be out there for, and then come back, put the gators back, or the four-wheelers, or whatever, and then drive down the mountain without the trailer pushing me down the hill. Because that's the other thing you got to think about is that the force, you've got to have an engine that can sit there. Like trucks have engine brakes, not like pickup trucks, but 18-wheelers. So they use the engine brakes to help slow them down so they don't kill their brakes going down mountains.
Well, the cool thing about Tesla is my car, I don't even have to use the brake.
It automatically does it?
Well, it feeds the it feeds your motion back into the motor, the electric motor, and it recharges the battery. So like for me to brake, if I'm like coming up to a stoplight, I just take my foot off the gas and then it charges my battery and stops the car. So really it might be even more efficient than a regular car because you're not using your brake.
Right, but will it be able to take on the extra force pushing?
What in the fuck did he just say? Jesus Christ. Take your foot off the gas and it charges the battery like.
Yeah, because I mean you gotta think like think of a water mill, whatever. Like it charges that electricity by spinning that. So your wheels are spinning already. It just uses that to feed energy back into the battery.
Yeah, but if you're slowing down, your wheels should be slowing down as well, right?
I mean, they do, but it still charges it at a significant amount.
So then, well, I guess when your foot's on the gas, you're draining.
Yeah. So you're using energy to gas up. But if you think about it, you've got two methods of stopping your car versus like a normal vehicle truck that only has one. So you've only got your brakes. This has the motor to slow it down plus the brakes. So
I disagree.
Well, no,
I disagree. Because if you're a manual transmission, you can downshift.
You can down. So
the energy of the engine stops the vehicle.
That's like engine brakes. If you downshift, when you downshift into a lower gear, this is only if you have a manual, or if you go into a lower gear.
Yeah.
So like if I'm in a lower gear going down, and this is any truck or car, I can throw it into 2 or 1 if I'm going down a really steep grade. Mm-hmm. And just let the engine slow me down because the engine is going to be fighting the force coming down.
Yeah.
So you can still do that in a car. My problem is if I'm in a big enough engine that I have enough force where I'm hauling something.
Yeah.
Where I have something big, I can put the hauling feature on, and when my foot comes off the gas, it does the same thing. And it's accounting for the weight that I'm hauling. Yeah. Whereas I don't know if a Tesla would be able to do, the Tesla truck specifically would be able to do that. I'm not sure.
They're advertising that it does. Like it has towing ratings. They did a video where they like.
All I know is Elon Musk just has to give me a Tesla truck and I'll test it out for him.
Do it.
Because we're that popular.
Fuck yeah.
Let's do that one.
Elon just shows up on the truck.
Talking to you, Elon.
Yeah, talking to you, buddy. Here's your truck. I'm like, all right, let's do this.
Remember who was advocating for you.
We'll all test it. We will be like the shitty Top Gear for Tesla. We won't be nearly as eloquent with our speech or funny.
It's got room for beer. We're good.
Or knowledge of just general mechanics.
Yeah, it goes straight.
It goes fast when I press this pedal.
It's got a screen. I like screens.
Yeah. Ooh, it's fancy. It drives itself.
It goes straight.
I'm gonna take a nap.
It goes fast. It goes straight and it goes fast.
It's quiet as hell.
Yeah, that's a weird. Starting the car and stuff, it's either like on or off. So you just get in, and once you throw it in gear, like nothing happens.
I worked with a guy who had a Tesla, and he would be sitting in it, and you could not, like, he'd be working, like he'd be in the parking lot on the phone or something, and the car would be on.
Yeah.
Because it would be hot outside, and he would just be like on the phone before he came into the office or something.
Yeah.
And you'd walk past him, and you'd just be like, "What, dude? You're gonna like? I feel like you should crack a window because it's hot outside."
So
it's like, no, it's on. It's fine.
So I talked to a Tesla owner, or at least her husband, or whatever did, and they said that it came with the autopilot feature. But
you have to turn it on. You have to pay for it.
After a year, that's what my question was. I was like, "What the fuck, man?
I wouldn't trust
it." It comes with this feature, and then it's like,
I don't like flying because I'm not in control of the plane.
I like driving.
I like driving. Well, it's a control thing for me. Like I can't I get pilots have lots of training and everything, but like that's what freaks me out about. Like that's why I don't like to fly. And I used to fly all the time for work.
Yeah.
like I would sit there and I'd just be like, I can't see what's coming at me.
All I have is seat.
Yeah, the control I have is, please God, I hope this guy knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like being in taxi cabs for the same reason, because I'm like, I've been in taxi or Uber, I'll say, because no one does taxi anymore. But I've been like, dude, if you don't fucking just, I'm going to come up there and drive this car. There have been a few guys for like Uber and Lyft that I've been like, oh God, I need to drive for you.
Well, the whole autopilot thing, my counter for people when they say like, "Oh, I don't trust the autopilot," is like, if you don't have a problem flying on planes, they use autopilot like majority of flight. Other than
either takeoff and landing.
Depending on the type of aircraft, even takeoff and landing can be automated. So like, the pilot is there just in case crap goes wrong. But I'm like, all of that is automated too. So,
and they get paid so much money to do it.
Man, yeah.
Pilots get paid a lot of money.
Yeah, they got hit
to like hit a button and be like, I'm here if something goes wrong. Let me go ahead and nod. Like there's like the long haul flights, they have like a bed in the cabin. Yeah. So they can sleep. So they have like 3 people flying and 2 have to be up and 1 can sleep.
Yep. I need to get my buddy Alex on this show because he's a pilot for some smaller airline and he flew Blackhawks in the Army. Okay, so we went through basic together, and then I fucking went to Fort Polk. I deployed. I went to Germany. I came back. I was running on Fort Hood, right? And I run up to the gate, and I turn around. It's 3.5 mile mark, so it's a 7-mile run. I turn around. I start running back. There's this fucking asshole in the BMW. And he's sitting there on the side of the road. He's talking on the phone. He's leaning over like this. I'm like, who's this fucking dickhead? You know? I was so mad. I was like, this fucking guy is like staring the shit out of me. And it's a policy on post. Like, you got to talk on the phone. You fucking pull over at the time. It wasn't, Bluetooth wasn't super common, you know?
So, I remember those days.
So I get back. And I look at my phone and I have a Facebook message.
Fuck you.
And it says,
you 5-year-old.
He says, hey man, are you on Fort Hood? Were you just by our Hood Army Airfield? Like the gate up the ACP-7 or whatever? I was like, yeah. He was like, that was me eyeballing you. All right, from the fucking BMW. I was like,
it's no longer douchebag, it's douche canoe.
I was like, all right, douche canoe.
Thank you.
Thanks a fucking ton. So we reconnected.
It's gonna be a thing. We're starting it.
It's been a thing, but I went through basic in 2005, and this was 2012 that I got to Fort Hood. So 2012, I finally reconnected with this guy, and I go over to his house one night, you know, before he moved. He had a roommate, and then he had a few other friends over, and we sat there, we watched Black Hawk Down, and in the middle, classic, in the middle of Black Hawk Down.
Wanting to be SF.
In the middle of Black Hawk Down. Well, he's a Black Hawk pilot.
Oh, well.
So,
I guess.
Sit down there.
We're watching it.
All right, Black Hawk Down, the movie, about the Rangers going through. Okay, I'm not going into it. Fuck off.
Because you don't have an argument.
But you should.
I do have an argument.
But you should.
Listen here, Chair Force.
Listen here.
I've heard that before. You guys write that on crayon in the bathroom?
Yeah, we eat crayon, motherfuckers.
They eat crayons.
And then you poop it out and write on the wall.
No. We don't poop. Doesn't happen.
I'm waiting.
It's very exciting. Throat punch. That's what we do. We get violent.
So now I just want to know how the.
He's like, don't go there.
You're going military.
Yeah, they turn you into psychos.
But how did the Chuck Norris jokes get in the Porta Johns?
Can we do Chuck Norris jokes? Are we doing those? I love them.
I just want to know how they got there if you didn't use crayons.
Oh, God, because it's Chuck fucking Norris, dude. And they're not jokes, they're facts.
That's Airman North.
How did
you?
He was in the Air Force.
Exactly.
He was in the Air Force. No, but that wasn't something that I found out about while I was in the Marines. It was after the Marines. I was like, this shit is... I have a friend of mine who lives in Michigan, and he and I will not talk for like 2 or 3 months. And so all of a sudden, there will be like 2 days where we're just doing Chuck Norris jokes. And they're great. Are you trying to look them up? Because I've got a whole text message chain.
No, I just don't like if you didn't write them in crayons, you know. I don't know how they got.
Okay, this is what I don't understand. Where did the crayon joke come from?
It doesn't. It doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No, here's the thing.
No, it doesn't matter because I have a friend in California who runs a company called Crayons Ready to Eat.
Yeah, Crayons Ready to Eat.
It's a real company. They're chocolate. You can eat them.
But here's the thing. I didn't hear the crayon thing until after I left the Marine Corps. I feel like it's a relatively new thing. Because I left in 2010.
When did you guys decide to start eating crayons?
That's what I don't know. That's why I'm like, did something happen? Was there an event on social media that I just don't know about? So I don't have social media. Like, we used to be called Jarheads.
Yeah. That was Jarhead that caused that.
No, Jarhead was around for a long, long time before. That's been around for a while. Leatherneck comes from when we used to work. Okay, so here's where we're going to dive into it. So Devil Dog comes from Balak, where, all right, you want to get into Marine Corps history? Because we actually had to learn this shit.
Prove it. Prove it.
Do you? We actually had to learn. No, we had to go through boot camp. We had to learn Marine Corps history. So Devil Dog comes from Balak when we captured a German officer and he called us a Tupelhounded, which translates to Devil Dog. Leatherneck comes from when we used to be on ships and had to wear a leather collar to protect from saber blows. What's the other one? Jarhead comes from the crew cuts used to make us look like a jar after a top had been opened, so we were empty-headed. But I don't know where the crown comes from.
Welcome to the 2009 Marine Corps.
2009.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where it comes from. Like, I don't know. I'm just like, I want someone to tell me what the importance of, like, I get chair force, right? You guys just like hang out, sit in chairs, right? I get Devil Dog, I get Jarhead, I understand, all that. I don't get where'd the crayons come from?
You should be used to not understanding things.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like crayons were around before you were in the Marines.
I feel like that too, but I never, while I was in the Marine Corps, when I tell people I'm in the Marines, they wouldn't be like, oh, what's up, crayon eater?
Crayon eater.
I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just don't get it. It wasn't until after I got out of the Marines that people would be like, oh, hey, what's up, crayon eater? And I would start researching it, and I'd be like, I guess that's what we're called now? Okay.
I don't know if I approve.
No, it's not that I approve or don't approve. I just don't. There's the inquisitive side of me is like, why? Like, you can call it to me. I'm not offended.
Yeah.
I guess there were always those kids in school that ate crayon. I always heard eating glue crayon.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I don't know, man.
I don't know if someone's listening to this and they can explain why Marines are called crayon eaters. I'd love to know.
Throw it in the comments.
You know why?
Because we have 5 listeners.
4.5.
4.5.
We talked about
who is the half person? Like, should we be making fun of a half person?
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard. That's right. Coastie. Puddle Pirates. The Puddle Pirates.
It's funny you call them Puddle Pirates because I'm like,
it's like the hardest branch of the military to get into, too.
No, seriously,
They're selective. They will look at you like, yeah, we don't need you. Go away.
Be gone, peasant.
Be gone, peasant.
You don't know how to get a haircut? Fuck off.
Do you know what the square root of 5,222 is? No? Get the fuck out.
We don't need you.
Oh, you need a calculator for that?
Leave. Oh my God.
You fucking idiot.
No, I've definitely met like one person that served in the Coast Guard.
I had class. This was the hilarious thing. So when I was in college, I had a class and the professor was a Huey pilot back in like the late 70s. And he was a Marine. He's like, he's a first day of class. It's like, I'm Professor so-and-so, and here's my background. And I would, he's like, speaking of me being a Marine, or do we have any veterans in the class? And there was like 6 of us. And we all like raised our hand. And he's like, oh, keep your hands up. Let's find out. And he just started going around like, what branch? He's like, oh, I was in the Army. Oh, thank you for your service. What about you? I was in the Air Force, Navy. And the guy who was sitting, so you like worked from one side of the room all the way over, and the guy was like sitting in the very first row, like right in front of the podium, had his hand raised, was like, oh, Coast Guard. And he goes, well, you really don't count. And then he looked at me as like, and I was the only other Marine in the class. He's like, and you? I was like, Marine Corps. He's like, Semper Fi. I'm like, yeah, I got you. And thanks for the puddle pirate comment. And everyone just laughed. All the veterans just like, and the guy was sitting there, was like, guys, it's like, I'm a serious member of the military.
My service.
Yeah, thank me for my service. I'm like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you were the guy who had to jump out of the helicopter
under the submarine
to go, like, fucking save someone, I'll give you that. But if you were, like, doing, like, interdictions in the Gulf of Mexico, I don't really give a shit. Puddle pirates.
Pirates.
So what other derogatory terms are there for the Air Force? There's Chair Force. That's about it, right?
I'm trying to think of what I've called.
Well, you're kind of like the guys on the short bus. Not too many people want to make fun of you. Like, it's just too easy.
It's just inexpensive.
It's just a very expensive. It's a tricked out short bus that went on Pimp My Ride. That shows how old I am.
Or is it like the kids that go to private school and you don't hear your insult?
You're in an all different building.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're just too rich for you.
Yeah.
Hear what you have to say. We're already elevated.
Yeah, until we see you on the street and we fuck your shit up. My battalion actually
experienced that.
My battalion actually ended. So Manas, which is the Air Force base in Uzbekistan. We flew in and out of Manas to go to Afghanistan. And so when my battalion was leaving Afghanistan, they were like, there's a bar on base, and you guys can have 2 beers. I'm like, sweet. This is 2 beers. This is woohoo. So, of course, we would go to the bar, and we were in Manas for like almost a week trying to get home. Because this is back when the volcano was exploding in Iceland. And they were like, well, flights are grounded. And we literally at one point were like, I think they're going to send us back into country. We didn't want that. Anywho, we go to the bar and we would get like our 2 drinks and we would just be like, this isn't enough for us. And so I had a sergeant in my company who would literally, like at first, all of us would go up to the Air Force guys, sit down with them, and we'd be like,
you take it.
No, we wouldn't do that. We would just talk to them. They're like, hey, let me go buy you a beer because you're a cool person. It's like, all right. And then we get drunk and they'd be like, you're a fucking dick. I don't want to talk to you anymore. So we had a sergeant who just like was so drunk, he just started walking up to the Air Force guys. Didn't matter who the fuck it was or what rank they were. And no offense, we cannot tell what the fuck your ranks are. Because you've got this upside down, like 7 stripes. Do you not have that anymore?
Well, we do, but it's on our chest.
Oh, well, back then it was on the sleeve. We were like, I don't know what 7 stripes down means. No clue. No clue. What are you? I have no idea. But anyways, the squad leader would walk up. And this was a guy who like invaded Iraq. He had a giant scar on like the side of his head. He looked like a badass. And he walked and he goes, oh, there's me. And he would walk up to like a table of airmen sitting there drinking their beers, and he'd just take it and like pound it. And he put it back on the ground, and like
something about
like the Air Force person would be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" It's like it was literally like Super Troopers, where like threw an empty bottle of like maple syrup, like sit down, Randall, or whatever. And so he sat there and would just drink. They called the MPs on him. And so the Air Force MPs...
douche move.
Like, the Air Force MPs showed up.
Douche canoe move.
Douche canoe move. And they had their, like, sweet berets and their asps. They had those little baton asps, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And they walked in. There was, like, 4 of them. And in the bar, the sergeant sees him, and they're like, the MP's like, Marine, come here. And he's like, he just starts dancing around the bar, like backing away from him the entire time. He's like, you're not gonna catch me. Yeah, he's like being the deaf grease, the greased up deaf guy from doing that. And finally, they catch him, and they start pounding on him, like beating on him. So
you got?
Like, yeah, and so, well, of course, every Marine in the bar is like,
yeah, you gotta fight that.
Like, okay, we're doing this. Like, there's
started it, dude.
You could have just arrested him and been done with it, and you would have let it happen.
How would you call the cops on that anyway?
But now we have got a problem. Anywho, the base commander of Manas was like, Marines can no longer drink on our base.
Yeah.
And the only reason I know this is I had a friend who was in another battalion who came through not too long after my battalion.
Yeah.
And they told him, they were like, well, we were going to let you go to the bar and have drinks since you're going home. But thanks to 2-2, that ain't happening. And I literally got a phone call from this guy while he's in Manas. And he's like, the fuck did you guys do? Now we fucking drink.
That's why you can't have nice things.
Yeah, you're welcome. The guy don't get a drink. You know how long it's been? I was like, yeah, I'll have beer for you when you get home. It's all right. He's like, I fucking hate you.
Marine's so uncivilized.
Yeah, we are. We used to say giving out hand jobs, not HIMARS, because we really wanted to give out HIMARS.
What?
Said we had to give out hand jobs. So we were fighting counterinsurgency.
You said HIMARS?
Yeah, the missiles. Or the bombs, I guess, is what they are. The guided bombs. No?
I'm the asshole here.
You know what HIMAR is, right?
I haven't heard that name used, but I know what you're talking about.
We used to call them, I don't know what they are. They were guided missiles or guided bombs.
Dropped a lot of bombs.
Dropped a lot of bombs.
What's somebody?
I know, dude. No,
He's about to piss himself.
No, well.
Holy shit, fucking people. Anyways, so in your deployment, did you have a lot of interaction with Marines?
Not in Bagram.
No, none of our. We had a lot of Army, and then there were other foreign military there.
Georgians? I didn't know we even
Georgians.
Yeah,
Bro, he said Georgians.
It's a country. Georgia's a country.
Yeah.
Like borderline Russia.
Didn't Russia invade them at one point?
Yeah.
Like recent, like in the 90s.
Yeah.
Like post Soviet fall.
They just like showed up one day.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is ours now.
And Georgia was like, no.
Be gone. But yeah, so they were there. There was a lot of Georgians actually there. And it was funny because they all had like messed up teeth and stuff. This military doesn't cover dental. So they were like nonstop in rotation going through our dental system because they could get it free on our base.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so they were getting like free healthcare and stuff. But they only did like, I think they did 3-month rotation. So they're like our reservists and stuff. But they were basically reservists because they were saying that they had like jobs back and stuff.
No.
But yeah, it was us and then Rangers.
I'm sorry.
I didn't interrupt.
I thought, people talk about Marines being bad. I imagine Rangers are just as bad as the Marines.
I didn't really talk with them much.
I feel like those are the two gorillas in the room.
Yeah.
Like Rangers are like, oh, we're special forces. I'm like, are you really? Yeah, you're special forces light. You support special forces operation.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. You watch the Ranger training stuff on TV. They do those short documentaries, whatever. But the Rangers I saw in Bagram, like freaking college player high school. I think.
Well, how long? I want to know how long Ranger. And that would have been a question I asked last week for your buddy who was here. What was his name? He was living in.
But did he go through Ranger school?
I thought he said he did, didn't he?
I can't remember.
He didn't get his tab.
CA.
He didn't get his Ranger tab, but he did go through Ranger school. Well, he's Ranger qualified or whatever. Is I thought what he said.
Ranger qualified means you went through the school and you graduated.
Yeah, but he didn't get his tab to go to the 75th Rangers or whatever it is. Like, there's one unit that, like, you get your tab pinned on, apparently.
I thought if you went through Ranger school and you graduated, you get your Ranger tab.
I don't know. There's Ranger qualified and there's Ranger something, like, I don't know. Like, that just
have to feel special.
They just, yeah, I don't. In the Army, if you pee straight, you get a ribbon. So I'm not sure how it works.
Oh, my dad gave me so much crap. Like, out of basic training, I had 3 ribbons.
I had to beat you. If you were my child, I would have beaten you.
What is that?
You know how many ribbons we got for graduating boot camp? 1. We got the Global War on Terror. Or no, National Defense. We didn't get the GWAT until 90 days after we graduated from boot camp.
Yeah, we got the Global War on Terror, we got National Defense, and then I got the honor ribbon, whatever, because top class or something.
I'd have beaten your ass. If you were my kid, I'd have been like, you don't deserve it.
4 years and 1 deployment, I have like 4 ribbons back.
I remember I came home and a buddy of mine who had been in, he was a reservist and he had been in for like 6 or 7 years in the Marine Corps. And he was like a staff sergeant. Yeah. We had known each other for a long time. And we were still really good friends. And I remember I came home and I was wearing my uniform for something, and I ended up seeing him just randomly. And he's like, wow, you got more ribbons than me. He's like, but you still have to call me staff sergeant. And I was like, well, you can climb up my stack and I'll call you staff sergeant, but, you know, I'm going to fight you every run of the way. And he's like, you can't talk to me like that. I'm like, I absolutely can and will. Like, we were just busting each other balls, but I was like, you're a pogue-ass staff sergeant. That's what you are. You have 2 ribbons. Like, I'm not going to, you've never deployed. I'm not going to call you staff sergeant now or ever. You will always be your name.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. He was just like, I'll fucking hurt you. I was like, pack you a lunch.
Will you?
I was like, pack you a lunch and bring you an army. We'll go.
Your ribbons disagree, sir.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's weird how it all kind of, each service has something kind of different. Like when you graduate, you get, like if you were like honor grad at Marines, like you could, you know, you were talking about rank earlier. Like if you were an honor grad or had college credits, yeah, you got to pick up PFC. But there wasn't an award ceremony at like graduation. Like they literally were just like, they did like a small little thing in the squad bay at Paris Island.
Yeah, ours was cool. We had like freaking auditorium. They had to march out grad, and then we all got coins. So
like the highest PFT and like the battalion or the company high shooter would be recognized at graduation. That was it. Like if you got promoted because you had some previous college, like they would just be like, oh. I remember when I got promoted so I got PFC when I was at ITV. Because when I picked up PFC, or no, it was right after ITV. I just dropped to the fleet. I picked up PFC. I picked up Lance Corporal in Iraq. So I picked up E3 in Iraq.
How?
Just time in service.
Okay.
That was it. There's like, you've been a PFC now for X amount of time.
I asked because we hear the rumors about like, if you don't get a haircut, then dock you.
Well,
like,
so
you didn't get haircuts, so
but back then they laid shit. They were like, if you were garrisoned and you were a shitbag, yeah, it would affect you. But if you were overseas, it really didn't matter. And my staff sergeant literally came back from the company because they had company weekly meetings, and he came back from the weekly meeting, and my platoon sergeant did, and he comes walking in, and he's like, I'm asleep because I was on night shift for sitting on post. So it was like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd been on post for maybe 2 hours. And he wakes me up and he's like, hey, come here. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, what's up, Sergeant? And he's like, you got Lance Corporal chevrons? And I was like, yes. And he just tosses me the promotion warrant. He's like, put him on. You're a Lance Corporal now.
Yeah.
Congratulations, fucking lations. Go back to sleep. And I'm like, okay. Like that was my promotion. And then I didn't get my NCO until the day I EAS. Literally. I EAS'd on January 29th. On February 1, I got my promotion warrant mailed to me for corporal.
I got screwed, man. I made NCO, but they wouldn't send me to the NCO Academy because they didn't want to lose me basically for those couple days from the shop before I actually separated from the military. So even though I actually made the rank, I couldn't actually sew it on because I didn't go to school.
So we didn't have to actually go to a school to get it.
Yeah.
You would get it.
Basically.
And if you got it, you could go to the school. And if you were in line to get it, or you were close to getting it, you could go to the school.
Yeah.
So you had corporal's course, and then you had sergeant's course.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still salty about it.
I remember, I remember, so I came home from work, because I had found this job as like a bar back. And I came home one day, and there was a big manila envelope sitting on the front porch of my house. And we were living in Wilmington at the time. And I go in, I'm like, I walk up, and I pick up this manila envelope, and it's got the Eagle, Glove, and Anchor as the return address. And I'm like, this is literally, I've been on terminal for like, I've been on terminal for like 30 days, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting stop loss. The fuck is going on? Like, oh my God. And I opened it, it was my promotion warrant, and I'm like, you sons of bitches. Like, I'd been at like my offense, because I took like 45 days of terminal.
Yeah.
And then, it was great. And then I get out, and like the day, it was like the following day or like 2 days later, I get this promotion warrant. I'm like, you sons of bitches. And I still have it. Like, that's the thing. It's like sitting in my house, and like all my buddies were like, you were never a corporal. I'm like, you're not while I was active. But the day after I EAS, I picked that shit up. Like, they were holding on to it. I was like, it counts. Because I was still in IRR at the time. So it counts.
Yeah.
It definitely counts.
Because if you got recalled,
I'd go back. I would have gone back as a corporal.
Yep. And
but I never got recalled, thankfully.
They changed the uniform when I went to Bagram. So we went.
You didn't have the sweet blue and gray tiger stripes?
It was like gray and black, the tiger stripes. I had that at first, but then...
Was it black? I thought it was like this weird, like gray and dark blue.
No, that's not...
Maybe I'm just colorblind.
Partially colorblind.
I don't know. One of us is.
But yeah, I had that when I first started, and then I went to Bagram, and then we had the OCPs, and I just wore that ever since. But like, our rank used to be on our arms for the tiger stripes.
Very large, like you were overcompensating for something. Yeah. I'm just saying.
They are like the chief stripes.
Like literally, the first time I saw someone in the Air Force in a uniform with a rank, I'm like, like he looked at me and was like, you got to give me the proper greeting of the day.
Bullets.
And I looked at him and I was like, I don't know what the fuck you are.
If you see more, they're a higher rank.
Well, I got that. I can count. But I'm like, I don't know what that is.
I hate the OCP one, though, because you have to like squint to see what people's freaking ranks are.
No, but, I do not feel any sorry for you.
When they like tack on your promotion afterwards, like you go up there and then people like punch you in the arm or something. But when we switch to OCP, it's in the center of our freaking chest, so I got punched in the chest over and over. I was like, man.
So you got a pinning ceremony.
Yeah, I got pinned. They actually don't allow that now, though.
That's called hazing. Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. So as an NCO, you used to get your blood stripes in the Marines. Which is where, so NCOs and above get the red stripe on their dress uniforms.
Yeah.
That represent, I'm not going into Marine Corps history. Anywho.
Honor.
No, actually it represents the Battle of Chapultepec. Yeah, you're welcome, motherfucker. Dived right into that trap. But when you pick it up, what happens is all the NCOs take you out, and they basically, they knee you in the leg, or give you dead leg, so that your whole side of your thighs just become bruised, and that's your blood stripe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hazing.
So you missed out on that? You just got it in the mail.
I just got it in the mail. I missed out on all of that. Yeah. Yay me. I didn't pick up my extra $50 a month.
I know the promotions have no more money. unless you get into higher.
The biggest jump for us was from corporal to sergeant.
Yeah, ours was E5, E6.
E5, E6 was still pretty big, but I mean, the biggest pay jump that you had was for us. You didn't see that many 4-year Marines that I knew that picked up sergeant. So you would see like 1 or 2 guys pick up corporal, and like you may see 1 guy in the entire battalion in their first 4 years pick up a sergeant. Like you just be like, that's kind of rare. Of course, that was my battalion. It could have been different elsewhere, but
I made quote unquote because I didn't actually sell on 5, like 3 years technically.
He said Air Force.
I mean, look, man, I went to 1 Air Force base in my career. I was like, fucking sweet here. Actually, no, Kuwait was an Air Force base too.
Yeah, Kuwait's.
Yeah, they were both really nice. You had McDonald's and like a Subway on Kuwait.
Yeah, Kuwait's not even.
I mean, I do remember going to Midrats. It's the late night chow for the guys who work all day and get on in the middle of the night.
Oh, we called. Forget what it was.
We called it midnight chow.
We called it Midrats.
Where they just give you like a little sandwich.
No, not at Kuwait. Not at Kuwait. You go through that line and get breakfast and dinner. So when we were coming home from Iraq, we went to Midrats and we were like, this is the most amazing thing ever because I can get an omelet and I can get a fucking steak.
Yeah.
This is great.
In Bagram, we had the defact that would like have a midnight, whatever.
But that was sandwiches. That was the same at Leatherneck.
No, for that, they would mix it up. Sometimes they would, until after we got suicide. But the and then
you had to eat MREs.
I know.
That must have been so tough.
I did not join the Marine Corps. What is? Then
that must have been so hard eating those just awful chow.
And then when they reopened the DFAC, it was like all this sucky breakfast food, like these old sausages and runny eggs, and I had like freaking. Anytime I would think of breakfast food for a couple months after back, I just felt sick. Man.
I can get going a little bit.
Need a refill?
I do. I've got another one, but I'm going to get going in like 15 minutes. So I'm just not going to have another one.
It's up to you.
Well, I don't. Okay, I can shut it.
Yeah, I mean.
Shut it. This is 8.5%.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Do it.
Don't be a bitch.
Do it.
That's all I do.
That's all I know is vagina.
It's my AFSC.
The craziest thing I found out about Air Force was I saw these Air Force guys at Camp Lejeune, like there were 2 of them, and I saw them in the 7-day store, and I'm like, I looked over at them, I'm like, the fuck are you guys here for? And they were like, oh, we're here for some kind of training or whatever. I don't know. And I started talking to them just like randomly shooting the shit because, you know, they were something new and different, and I hadn't seen that before. And they were telling me, they were like, yeah, it was it was really weird. And one of them ended up telling me, like, they were like, how do you guys live on this base? I was like, what do you mean? What is your base like? They're like, oh, well, we all have like suites. And I'm like, what the fuck are suites? And they're like, well, we each have our own individual room, and then we have a share, like there's like 4 guys who are shared living area, and we each have our own bathroom. And I'm like, you sons of bitches. He's like, yeah, the good thing about coming to do training here at Lejeune is that we get paid more. We get paid more for substandard living. And I'm like, you get what? You sons of bitches, I fucking hate you.
Living with the peasants.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like, you want to talk about the aristocracy of the military, it's the Air Force. You sons of bitches.
That's funny.
Dude, they got paid extra money for substandard living.
Oh.
Because they had to come, and our barracks were nice. But apparently they weren't the Rets. Because you guys all had to see, like, the 2 of them had to stay in a barracks room where we normally have 3 Marines in one room. But you guys had to have 2 Air Force guys in one room. No, that's just so below me.
Where else would we put all our chairs?
Where else would we lounge? Drink our margaritas by the pool. You have no pool?
This is a deployment if I've ever seen one.
This is worse than Iraq. Yeah, that was. I wanted to beat them for that. I really I was angry.
Some things you just don't brag about.
They were bragging about it. And I was like, I seriously?
I get paid more than you to live where you live.
Yeah, I will like, they literally were treating Camp Lejeune like a deployment. I'm like, you can go off bait. There's a strip club across the street, brah.
Low-class strippers? No, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, they haven't spent $50,000 on their body? No.
Where else will I spend all of this extra money I'm making?
They don't sidelight as a Maxim model in that strip club? I do not think so.
I'll have one.
It'll be on the Gulf Stream tonight. You fucking pricks.
Space A.
Now they got Space Force. I wonder how we're going to make fun of them. I don't know.
No.
No Star Wars.
Honestly, like the content of the other branches, they're going to be lower than Coast Guard at face value.
I don't know. Space Force is going to be pretty low.
If you join,
at least Coast Guard is going out and doing shit in like the water. Space Force is like sitting at a desk, not even flying.
So we're here. What do we do now?
Yeah, like what? We can't get into actual space.
We position the GPS satellites.
Let me just do that on the computer. Job done. Can I go home?
At least
I feel like they would be like, what's that? I'm sorry? What was that?
At least I make more than the Marines.
That's fine. At least I can snap your neck like a chicken.
Not if I aim this satellite properly.
I don't think you can actually do that.
That's a thing.
Yeah, it might be a thing, but I don't believe you can do it. Yeah. I don't think you can do it.
I'm not in the Space Force. Of course not.
Yeah.
of course not.
One day.
Hashtag life goals. I want to know what they do, though.
Well, really, all they've done right now is just take the section of the Air Force that does space things like yes, and then just bring it. It's basically what we did when we split.
Yeah.
So it's just essentially doing that again. So they're not going to be like invading.
Yeah, that's right. You guys were part of the Army when like the 7th Air Force lost more than any other unit in the military at the time. They had the highest casualty rate of 2000. Was 8th Army Air Corps? The guys who flew the B-17s in daylight.
Yeah, that was bad.
Housekeeping. You better go get that shit.
It's a 6'3" dude with a beard. Don't answer.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm drunk, so we can. I'll fight. Let's do this. Oh, we're getting food apparently. I don't know. No, usually I told everybody, like, I had a few boots call me, a few of my junior Marines called me, they weren't boots at that point, but they were my boots. And they were getting out, and I was in college at the time, and they were like, well, what should we, what should I do to train? I was like, dude, go to fucking school. And they're like, I was like, doesn't fucking matter. It's go find a yellow ribbon school.
Yep.
Go to it. Get it taken care of. You're going to get paid for a few years, and you're going to get an education. Just get the degree, get paid, figure your shit out.
Start out doing your minors. You don't even have to pick a major yet.
Exactly. And it's all paid for. Like, I was like, do it. Like, it's free money in your pocket. Fucking do it. And I'm looking at going to get my master's now. And I looked at the first school I looked at since I work in Chapel Hill. I was like, well, let me go to UNC, even though I'm a Duke fan. Should be a problem. But I was like, well, UNC has a really good MBA program. Really good. But I looked at what, and I talked to them. And they were like, yeah, it's like $190,000. I was like, no, I'm not, no. They're like, but we're Yellow Ribbon. We'll help you. And I'm like, yeah, but even if your Yellow Ribbon means you take over half, I'm still on the hook for, $80,000 that I've got to come up with.
And that's only if they have like supplies last.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it.
Your third year, they're like, nope, not covering it this year.
And that's if I pass. That's if because I got to pay for the test, which is to get in, which the GRE. Because the LSAT is to get into law school, which I thought about doing for a little bit. I can't. I like reading. I read codified law because before the Marine Corps, I was in college doing law. And I liked it. Like, I liked arguing. I liked doing that. But, like, reading and the studying for it is so hard just because it is so fucking dry. And you're just kind of like, oh, my God. I couldn't do it. But I was looking at doing, like, the MBA program. I looked at Syracuse. Syracuse was, like, 80,000 or something a year. This is a year. This isn't like... for the entire program. I was like,
it's like 2 years.
Yeah, it's like 2 years. Like, I couldn't imagine paying $190 a year to go get an MBA with no guarantee to be able to pay that back. Because now an MBA is so like common. I'd be like, I'm not going to be able to get a job to pay that back in 2 years.
That would take like at least 6%.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm worth it, companies.
Yeah.
Like, I've got my UNC MBA.
100%.
Oh, so does everyone else. Good.
Yeah. Yep. Good for you. We're going to pay you. I mean, I'm getting close to 6 figures now. I'm not there, but I'm very close to it.
See, if you invest your money below 6 figures that you make with your salary, does that mean you have 6 figures?
Depends on what you're investing in, what your return. Money, what your returns are.
I would consider that a 6 figure.
I mean, my first job was a 6-figure salary if I got 125% of my bonus, which was unheard of, which was awesome. I think the most bonus I ever got was 100%. I didn't go above 100%, which was so close to, like, it was a few thousand short of a 6-figure income. I was like,
so close.
So close.
Just got to Uber, man.
Yeah, it would have. It really would have. Like, but I'm like, if you have 6 figures, it's great. You can invest more. But if you're smart and you play the long game, I think you can easily get. If you're making above, I think 65 a year, and you invest wisely. Within 5 years, it is not outside the realm. If your salary doesn't increase, within 5 years of working a $65,000 a year job, that you could be making 6 figures. That is not hard to do. You just have to invest wisely and be smart about it. And you have to watch your spending. That's the other thing. You're like, oh, I'm making 65 a year. That's a lot of money.
Can't spend more.
You cannot be like, I'm going to go out and buy a bunch of nice shit.
Heck yeah.
Like, my first bonus check, I bought a $7,000 TV, and that was a small percentage of that bonus. And I was like, the rest of it's all going into investments. Yeah, that's what it is. Well, you just got to be smart. You just can't go blow your wad because you've got it.
About paying debts.
Well, you also got to realize, the greatest advice anybody ever gave to me was in my accounting class. My accounting professor goes, debt is free. You've got to leverage the debt to your benefit. Yeah. He's like, it's not all good debt, but it's like cholesterol. There's good cholesterol, there's bad cholesterol. There's good debt and there's bad debt. No. You just have to understand how debt works and how you can utilize it to your advantage. It's true. I mean, that's absolutely a true thing. It's like not putting a down payment on a house.
Well,
You're going to go into, $250,000, $300,000 worth of debt off the bat. But can you then build equity using that debt? Now we're back into finances. I feel like we're
All roads lead to finances.
all roads lead to it.
I think it's important though, like, because high school doesn't teach it, college doesn't teach it.
Military.
The Army gives you the resources.
Yeah,
but
the military half-heartedly tries to teach you too.
the military is like,
Yeah.
I knew a guy who financed a fucking vacuum cleaner. Exactly.
It's a Dyson.
I'm like, he's like, I financed it. It's fine. I'm like, you financed a vacuum cleaner? You a fucking idiot?
It's so easy to finance stuff nowadays. Though. Like you got financing, you got a firm, you got all these different things that are like literally a click away from finance. Granted, most of them are like 0% if you pay it within the firms. But once you get outside of that, it's like freaking hit with the freaking truckload.
I knew a guy who bought a car for like 19% APR. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
no.
Are you an idiot?
I'm gonna get so many women.
Yeah, he's like, well, look how nice the car is. And I'm like, you're a fucking tool bag.
Wait until they see your bank account.
Yeah. You ain't going to be able to do anything.
Yo, girl, want to go eat ketchup packets at McDonald's?
Yeah. Well, there's a chow hall on base I didn't got to pay for. It's nice. They make good sandwiches. I was like, you're an idiot, dude.
I think it's important to.
I had the same car all 4 years through the Marine Corps.
Nice.
All 4 years. Everybody came home from like deployments and were like, I'm going to go get this. I'm going to go get that. I'm like, nope.
Yeah, deployment's a big 1%.
Yeah, you come home from deployment with that. I mean, you come home after a 7-month deployment in Iraq as a 19-year-old kid, you've got $25,000 as an E3.
Well,
Tax free. And then you get a tax. And then you get, when you file taxes the next year, you get, because the government's like, oh, you didn't work for those 7 months you were deployed. And you're like, oh, I get a huge tax return. So you get like another $4,000 the next year.
I didn't get it.
I did. I got a huge one.
I screw up. I went to the on base.
Oh, that was,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I jacked the F up. I was like, it's on
Nope.
base, so maybe they'll know military stuff.
Nope.
Nope. They were like, ugh.
Nope. I did TurboTax. That's what I did.
I made so many money mistakes. But now I'm doing better, so it's all about growth.
My biggest money mistake was my wife and I, who we weren't married at the time, we moved in together when I came home from Afghanistan. And I had a lot of money saved up, and that was where my rent check came from. And I was there for 6 months and then got out and then had to pay another 6 months of rent. And that's what I used. And that was my money mistake. Because I was like, we shouldn't move in. Like, I really wanted to move in because it was really nice.
Yep.
But it wasn't a nice house. It was just really nice to be able to have a place to go after work.
well,
The shitty thing was I had to get up at 3 a.m. most mornings to go back to base for like a 5 a.m. formation or 4:30 a.m. formation. And then I would go into my barracks room that I had assigned. I would just sleep in there most of the day. And then we moved to Denver, and that's where the rest of my money went, was that move to Denver, the down payment on the apartment there, which I'd much rather, I would have made more money if I would have used that money to put a down payment on the house.
Yep. But
I was fucking right. That's what I should have. I should have just put my foot down.
well,
But I didn't.
but you were married at the time?
No, we didn't get married until after I graduated from college. We got engaged our second year in Denver, and then we were engaged for 2 years. Because my wife's like, I'm not planning a wedding while you're still in college. Because you're busy with college, and you're working for whatever. because I also worked while I was in college, and I didn't need to do that. So I'd go to class, I'd get out of work, and then I'd go and work at the restaurant, and I'd be at the restaurant for 12 hours.
No.
And I'd go get out of the restaurant, I'd go to the bar, and I'd get home at like 4 a.m, and my first class wasn't until like noon or whatever the next day. And that's kind of what I did. So I got, I was just making, when I was working and in college, I was making almost $4,000, $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't need to work. I did because I wanted the extra money.
Doesn't hurt.
Didn't hurt. Absolutely.
It's not like running yourself into the ground.
No, well, in the summer, so here's the thing that most people don't understand is they don't pay you if you're not in school. So like, I always tried to be, I got my bachelor's in 2.5 years, and I did full-time summer session because the VA wouldn't pay me the money if I wasn't a full-time student.
Yep.
So I had to go to my school and be like, what can I do to make me a full-time student during the summer? That's really what you should do. Because you only have X amount of time to use your VA. Like, they only give you X amount of months.
Yep. So it doesn't hurt you faster.
No, absolutely not. And you get paid fucking for it. And you need to go to a school. So what my mistake was, is the school I was in, if I would have gone to like DU, I would have gotten probably closer to $6,000 a month, because the zip code in downtown, because that's closer to downtown Denver.
Yeah.
I was in almost Aurora, where my college was. And if I would have gone to DU, I'd have gotten X amount of more dollars, but I would have been able to stay in the same place and make another extra $1,000 just based on the zip code of the school.
Yeah.
It's all based on your zip code of your school. And anyone who comes to me is like, I'm getting out of the military, what should I do? My first thing to tell them is, go to fucking college.
Unless it's on.
No, don't go to online. Go to a 4-year university. Suck it the fuck up. I was Billy fucking Madison. Which I'll never forget.
Hello, fellow kids.
I think
it depends, because I collected the GI Bill for a small portion on an apprenticeship. So I went to work and I got the GI Bill. So I got the same BAA. So you got in the degree program, only I also got paid to go to work. But I think the downside is, so I don't really know, but because it's specific, but I went to work, I got the apprenticeship, I got the hours signed off, and I collected my GI Bill. So I collected the same GI Bill as someone going to school full time, except I was in an apprenticeship. The downside for me personally was my boss hated me, so when he signed the certificate
it's always a down.
It's always
yeah. So when he signed the certificate for the hours, it fucked me on getting my license.
Oh.
Yeah, but it really just depends. So either way, you can get the post 9/11. You can get that, and the Montgomery rolls over into the post 9/11.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if they still give you an option, because like I had an option to do Montgomery or post 9/11, and I was like, post 9/11 all the way.
I think it ended in like 2017.
I was like, but like now I'm sure it's all just post 9/11 GI Bill, and I'm like, just fuck. And I'm like, look, if you want to go to trade school, that's great, because the trades are huge right now, because no one's going to trade school because they don't think that's where the money is, and there's a lot of money in the trades. But if you're gonna go to college, go to either a trade school or a 4-year college. And fucking do it. So I joined the Marine Corps at 22 years old. Like, I turned 23 in boot camp.
No.
And I got out, and I'm like, I'm going to fucking college. And I'm 27 years old at college. And And I never forget, I was in this fucking freshman introductory course, and this like 19-year-old girl is like, you guys going to the welcome back party? And I'm like, no the fuck I'm not. They're like, why not? This will be so much fun. And I'm like, if I want to go get drunk, I'm going to go to a fucking bar. You're like, I don't want to go to a fucking college party. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They're like, what? Yeah, I'm like, it's so much fun. I don't get it. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm an old crotchety man. I got into an argument with my I had an environmental science professor I had to take as liberal studies. He started talking about Iraq.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, that was...
I had the same thing happen.
Oh, I was the only veteran in that class, and I'm like, you don't know it. He's like, I know generals. I'm like, you don't know. Those generals don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because ain't no general is going to say the words that are coming out of your mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about. He, the next day, came into class and like, Joe, can I see you? I'm like, yeah, what's up? Like, I felt like you got really angry with me yesterday. I was like, well, yeah, but like, I'm not mad about it. Like,
if I was angry, I'd have throat punched.
Yeah, if I was angry, I would have curb stomped your testicles. Like, that's... Are
your testicles all right?
Yeah, like, you're fine. Like, we had a debate, but you don't understand what being over there is like. And you're using your pulpit to kind of preach on a subject that you have no idea about.
I read the journal.
I read the journal. Yeah. Huh. I am very well read on publications. But yeah, it was really weird to go back to college at that. And that's what a lot of people kind of stopped them that I found from going to college is like, I'm 22, 23, 24, 25 years old, depending on how long your first enlistment or whether you do 8 years, 2 enlistments or whatever. They're like, I don't want to go to school and be surrounded by a bunch of 18 fucking year olds. And you just got to suck it the fuck up and do it.
Yeah.
Like I was surrounded by, because I was in culinary school. So I did a culinary program that got me basically a bachelor's degree in business. And I had to take culinary labs. And I had a chef who looked at me in one of my labs and was like, you can't handle stress. You're not going to make it in the culinary world. What? And that wasn't even my reaction. I just started laughing. Like that was the only response I could do. I was like, oh, you're fucking funny, dude. And
I know what it's like back in the kitchen.
I was like, well, so the next day I came into my lab and I'm like getting my stuff ready, and it was before class, and he was like, he came over and he's like, what the fuck was that yesterday? And I was like, look, man, like and he was a great chef. Like he had multiple Michelin stars under his belt in his career, like great chef. And I looked at him, I was like, bad day for you in the culinary world. Someone doesn't like your food, right? Like you're in the weeds, someone doesn't like your food. Stressful. I get it. Bad day for me 3 years ago was I'm holding someone while they die. Like that's my stress level. So you can't talk to me about stress. You would go home and see your kid after a 14, 15, 16 hour day. I'd be up for 48 hours, get 2 hours of sleep, and then be back on the combat patrol getting shot at again in 3 hours. I was like, your stress level and mine are different. You just handle it differently than I do. He was like, I had no idea. I'm like, well, now you do. Like, that's how it goes. Stresses. Stresses.
That is something you have to think of when you get back to is handling stress. Because the solution to stress over here is not what it was over there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I'm like, with me, I get pissed off and angry when I get stressed, or I did, but I worked on it, like angry and stuff. Much, like, have to. I
actually had this conversation with a friend of mine about a couple of weeks ago. I was like, when I first came back, my dealing with anger was just being like, I want to go fucking murder you.
Yeah.
Like I want to, like my first reaction was just to something small and like just sitting in traffic.
Well,
or dealing, like I remember I was at work as when I first got out, and there was this busboy who was just a lazy sack of shit. And he and I got into like a heat, and I'm yelling at him like he was in the Marine Corps, like veins popping out of my, like I'm like 30 days out from being a Marine. Yeah. And I'm like, you're a fucktour, I fucking hate you, like just going crazy on. And the owner of the restaurant is like, you calm down. And I was like, I looked at the owner of the restaurant, I was like, I will bathe my hands in his blood and it'll be fucking great. And the owner's like, holy shit, dude, calm the fuck down. Like, that's how I dealt with anger. Like, and so like it's taken me a very long time to kind of be like, I'm down. Okay.
But, I mean, fight or flight response is a fight or flight response. Whatever triggers it might change. It's still going to be that same reaction.
Yeah, I mean, in the military, you're taught to kind of ignore the flight part of it.
Yeah, you just,
like, so and it doesn't matter what branch. I mean, you are trained to do that. And so when someone kind of bows up against you, you're kind of like, I'm going to, like, your first reaction is like,
no other option.
There's no other option. I'm going to fucking kill you. Like, we're not going to fight. I had a professor who was a chef who taught the club MMA. Like, there was a MMA club team. And he was like, you should come do MMA. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And he's like, what, you think you'll beat everyone? I was like, no. Absolutely. I'm like, here's the thing. Like, you're trained to fight in a cage with rules. And he's like, what, you weren't trained to fight? I was like, no, I'm trained to kill. My job is to stun you long enough to get back to my weapon to put a bullet in your fucking head. That's where I go. Yeah. So if you get me into a cage, my fear is that I'm going to throat punch you to stun you long enough to like apply 6 pounds of torque to your spinal column to sever the brainstem from the spine.
Like, balls.
Yeah, like that's where I'm going because that's how I'm trained. It's not like people are like, oh, you're trained to fight. I'm like, no, we're not trained to fight. Right. We are trained to kill. That is what we are doing. Yep. It is not like this, like, oh, we're gonna have fisticuffs.
And then it's over.
Yeah.
And then once they hit the ground, you have to stop. And
it's I'm coming after you like a baboon on PCP. Fair? Is that fair? That's fair. I think that's
true, though. It's so true.
Violence of action. That's what I'm taught is violence of action. That's where my training goes.
And I feel like that's not really addressed after the military.
It's not.
Because they'll talk about like PTSD and all of that, but it takes a lot of different forms. Yeah. Like that fight or flight being triggered by tiny stuff is part of that.
Traffic was a big trigger for me for a long time.
Yeah.
Because I was not used to, like got so used to driving in a vehicle where cars would just pull off the side of the road that when I had to stop for a red light, I would just be like, I'm going to kill you. Like I would
floor it.
Like, yeah.
Fuck them.
And I came back, and it was like the 4th. It was close to the 4th of July, so I had to sit through all the fireworks.
Oh God, I hate it.
Right after.
I've gotten a lot better with fireworks now.
It's gone away with time, but like literally right after getting back, I had to do that crap.
So I came home from Afghanistan in May, end of May, and I was at my wife's apartment. We were dating at the time. And she lived in this apartment complex that was on a lake that had like a nature path and everything. And so it was like July 4th weekend. It wasn't even July 4th. Nugget. And it wasn't even July 4th. And there were some kids, and I get it. Like there were some kids who, she had to tell me about this. And she will, if you ever ask her about it, she'll tell you the story. I don't remember this. So we're sleeping. It's like 3:00 in the morning. It's like July 2nd or 3rd. It's like right before the 4th. No. And some kids went out right behind her apartment and started lighting off fireworks. And I had been home for maybe a month. And I shot out of bed. And I was so used to sleeping with my weapon. And her leg was on my leg that I just grabbed it, thinking it was my weapon and that people were trying to attack. Because there were a few instances where I was asleep in Afghanistan and people started shooting at us. Well, that I immediately started like putting her knee up into my shoulder, thinking it was my gun, trying to like get out of bed. And I'm asleep for all of this. I don't realize it's, and she's grabbing me and she's like, it's okay. I was like, oh, okay. And I fall back asleep and go back to bed. And she told me about it the next day. And I'm like, that didn't happen. And she's like, no, it fucking happened.
Yeah.
Like you almost dragged me out of bed by my leg.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't believe you. And she'll tell anyone that story.
No.
I'm like, I don't remember it.
No.
But that was kind of that's what happens when you come home.
Yeah.
That's what you have to go through.
Yep.
And you over time it gets better and better. I was coming home from work one day after I was still in Denver, and I had been with my company there for about a year. And I'm driving on Evans Avenue and going home from Littleton up towards Aurora. And there was something going on in this like shitty motel off of Evans. And the SWAT team was there. And I was working night crew. So it was like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. And the SWAT team was there, and they apparently were breaching a house and threw a couple concussion grenades into this motel, and it's literally right on the side of Evans Avenue.
Xbox streamers got another.
Yeah, exactly. Another swatting incident. Well, if you knew where this motel was and what it was, you're like, it's a fucking crack deal. Like that's yeah, I get it. Well, so I'm sitting at this light, and I don't realize this is happening next to me. Right. And all of a sudden, I hear explosions. I just hear, I just hear the concussion grenades. And I'm in my Impala, and I just am like, I'm at a red light, and I'm at, I think it's Quebec, Evans in Quebec, and I just go, and I just gun it through the red light, because I'm like, that was just training. I heard explosions. I'm getting out of the kill zone.
Yeah.
And I almost caused like 3 accidents. Like I pull into the gas station at the next block, and I'm like hyperventilating, white knuckling on the steering wheel. Oh my God! Humping me. And
don't come over here.
Yeah, you're gonna hump your arm.
Oh God.
And
he's not that kind of show nugget.
Yeah, exactly. It's not dog porn. But that was 2 years after I got out. It had been 2 years. But just hearing that, being in the vehicle, I'm like,
Yeah, it definitely triggers a different response in your head. Like, I'll hear gunshots or something and automatically know the difference between like fireworks or a gunshot, whatever.
Yeah.
And then your body automatically wants to respond to it, like before I even register what it was.
I hear gunshots now, and where I live, you hear them a lot.
Yeah.
And not that I live in the hood, I just live out in the country. You hear people like hunting and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll hear gunshots, and my wife will look at me, and I'll look at her and be like, it's not at us.
Yeah.
Like if I hear the snap, there was one dude who lived, for whatever reason, he's shooting rifles, and you can hear the hiss of the round cut through the air because he's shooting it in the air. And I'm like, that is actually, that's fucking close. Like, I'm going to go get my gun because I don't know what's happening. I don't know what he was doing, but you could hear the round crack through the air. Like, and I was like, that's like, and I've been out for 10 years, and I'm like, this happened a few months ago. And I'm like, that's close. I need to go get my gun.
Yeah.
That was, and I went and grabbed my gun. I just walked back outside, and I'm like, all right, if I hear the snap, I'm going to town.
Yeah. I don't know where you are, but the forest is about to die.
Well, no, like I'm just waiting. Well, I was literally waiting for the snap.
Yeah.
Because the snap, I was going to be like, all right, it's coming from over there. I'm just going to start engaging. You know, I was like, it's weird, man. It's when you get out, it is so different. Like,
I was at the fair. It was probably like 6 months or so after I had gotten back. They randomly started shooting off fireworks in the middle of the fair, which already sucked. I hated being there to begin with because you're in a crowded area with a crap ton of people.
Yeah. Oh, I hate crowded. I hate crowds. I can't do crowds.
Which is like horrible to begin with.
I have panic attacks in crowds.
Yeah. And then the fireworks start going off, so I just like sprint for cover pretty much. And then by the time I realized what's going on, I'm like in this random tunnel that I didn't know existed. Just sitting there and like trying to decompress after that. It's kind of weird.
So it's been, what, 12 years, 11 years since I've been out?
Yeah.
And I can watch fireworks now, but even if I'm watching them, the big ones that come, the ones that you can feel the concussion wave,
Yeah.
those will still cause me to do like that whole like jump. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, oh. Everything else other than that is fine. And nowadays, when I hear fireworks off in the distance, I'm not like getting down. Like when I first came home, I'd get down on a knee. Like I'd hear a firework and I'd just turn and like instinctively like drop to a knee and be like, okay, where's that coming from? Nowadays, I can sit there and watch fireworks and be okay for the most part, except for those big booming ones. Like when those ones that I'll see, and it's really weird because I'll see them go up and I'll see them explode and the sound won't hit me. And I'll be like, oh crap, this is going to be one that makes me jump. And then the concussion hits me from the sound. I'll be like, oh, there it is. Okay. And then I have to like kind of breathe. I'm like, it's okay. It's firework. I've got to kind of go through these like mental steps to be like, you're okay.
Yeah, it's different when you get to prepare yourself. You actually know it's going to be some random.
Yeah, it just takes time to kind of get used to. Nugget. Nugget's like, I want to talk. I want to talk. I want to talk.
Well, use English.
This is the Veteran Talk Show. If you or someone you love is suffering as a victim of sexual harassment, sexual assault, needs help with addiction and recovery, or mental health and well-being, then please go to veterantalkshow.com/resources. This show is hosted, produced, and edited by Ryan Smeltz. Our co-host is Joe Balak, and a guest starring veterans.